Hello, folks, and welcome back to twitch.tv/games with Nick. I've been streaming regularly over the past couple of weeks, so let's just get the chatter, get right back into some Skyrim. I think I might want to start some of the quest mod content, but I'm not sold on it. It's the nice thing of Skyrim is that you can just walk around, explore stuff. I also have to say, I tried modding Oblivion, because we were talking about the Oblivion War, we were reading about it last time. And modding Oblivion is such a pain in the butt, compared to modding Skyrim, that I kind of gave up on it. It's like, I thought I'd finally manage, but the interface was all out of sorts, and it's like, maybe I should give up, and just play Skyrim and be content with it. Alright. What do we want to do? Maybe let's do Forgotten City. And also put this guy up. Alright, the last thing we did was to get this mission from the companions. Sorry, taking a second to remember how to do everything, but we can probably check this out. Go intimidate that person. The Greybeards lead us to Everstead. Forgotten Ruins are over here. Not too far from where we've been exploring. And in fact, this, I think, is another house we can have too. Yeah, there's just so many things it's hard to choose. Maybe let us start by going to meet Legat Ricke outside of Korvanjund. I really appreciate how all of these mods make Skyrim feel like a real living place. Why do I hear a rumbling?
Need a horse? Talk to my father, Skolvar.
Where are you, Skolvar? Is that you?
Man like you needs a war horse, I reckon.
I would like to buy a wild horse map.
Of course.
Cool.
Right.
Books. Books. Oh, we do have a bunch of books that we still need to actually read, but, Wild Horse Nuts, there we go. Spotted Gray, near Markoth, north of Salvius Farm. Dapple Brown, near Solitude, across the river from Cutlass Farm, near Dragon Mound. Chestnut, east of Helgen, not far from the roadside. Red, west of Whiterun, in the open plains. Spotted White, lower east march in the cliffs north of Sure Stone. Pale Mare east of Windhelm, north of Holyfrost Farm in the forest near the shoreline. Black west of Falkreath, past the nearby ruins. Put the coin and had a wizard to use Detect Life and help me find these horses. Okay. Yellow Book of Riddles. For earnest pleasure in the strengthening of the mind, the author here collects all that he has learned of the art of riddling by dint of diligent study and 3 years of discourse with others of similar inclination. The posing and puzzling of riddles is a convention of polite aristocratic Western society. Nobles and social aspirants collect books of riddles and study them, hoping thereby to increase the chances of appearing sly and witty in conversation. A metal neither black nor red, as heavy as men's golden greed. What you do to stay ahead with friend or arrow or steed. A metal neither black nor red, as heavy as a man's golden greed. What you do to stay ahead with friend or arrow or steed. The answer, lead. A man says, if you lie to me, I will slay you with my sword. If you tell me the truth, I will slay you with a spell. What must you say to stay alive? Oh, that's easy. You will slay me with your sword. Because if you do that, then if he actually kills you with your sword, he's telling the truth, so he should have killed you with a spell, and vice versa. That was easy. The Bothmare was slain. The Aldmare claims the Dunmare is guilty. The Dunmare says the Khajiit did it. The Orc swears he didn't kill the Bothmare. The Khajiit says the Dunmare is lying. If only one of these speaks the truth, who killed the Bothmare? Alright, so let's assume that the Althmer is lying. Then the Dunmare is innocent, and everyone else is telling the truth, so the Khajiit would do it. And the Khajiit is lying, though. So that doesn't work. If the Dunmare is lying, then the Althmer would be telling the truth. Khajiit would not have done it. The Orc is telling the truth, and the Khajiit will be telling the truth. So that would be a possibility. The Dunmare would then have done it. If the Orc is lying, well, then he definitely killed the thing. Oh, if only one of them says the truth. My bad. If the Aldmare says the truth, Khajiit didn't do it, Orc did it, Dunmare did it. Contradiction. If the Dunmare says the truth, Khajiit did it, Dunmare is telling the truth, that's fine, but the Orc would have killed him. If the Orc is telling the truth, then the Khajiit wouldn't have done it, the Dunmare wouldn't have done it, and the Dunmare would be telling the truth. That's a contradiction. If the Khajiit told the truth, the Dunmare is lying, so the Khajiit didn't do it. The Aldmare is lying, so the Dunmare didn't do it. And the Orc is lying, so he did it. So it would be the Orc, as the answer says. I have to say, for a lifelog search of riddles, only having 3? Like, come on. The Holds of Skyrim. A Field Officer's Guide, for use by officers of the Imperial Legion. Welcome, loyal officer of the Empire. You have been given this guide to help you, and those men under your command better understand the geography of Skyrim. Since you will be serving in Skyrim for a lengthy period of time, this information should prove invaluable. Skyrim is organized into 9 holds. A hold is a large area of land roughly equivalent to a county in Cyrodiil. Each hold is governed by a Jarl, who maintains his court in the hold's capital city. 4 of these holds are fairly small and sparsely populated. As a result, the capitals are little more than towns. 5 major cities of Skyrim act as capitals for the larger holds. Following is a detailed review of each hold. Eastmarch. Located in the eastern reaches of Skyrim, Eastmarch shares a common border with Morrowind. Your Ulfric Stormcloak rules from the ancient city of Windhelm, and he and his followers should be considered your most serious threat. Do not tread lightly in Eastmarch, for the Stormcloaks are their strongest and most organized in this land. As an Imperial soldier, you will find few friends here. Falkreath. Located in the pine forest of southern Skyrim, Falkreath holds borders Cyrodiil to the south and Hammerfell to the west. Its most prominent geographical feature, Lake Ilinalta, covers a vast portion of the region's central landscape. The whole capital, also called Falkreath, is home to the largest cemetery in Skyrim as a result of numerous battles that have taken place over the years. The remainder of the area is almost entirely wilderness, and only the other notable settlement is Helgen to the east. Falkreath's position in Skyrim is rather strategic for the Empire. It not only controls access to the Reach, Whiterun, and the Rift, but also acts as an important supply line in and out of Cyrodiil. Hafengar. Solitude, the seat of High King of Skyrim and the capital of Hafengar Hold, has always welcomed the Empire with open arms. Much commerce flows along the rivers here, and you will find the folk of this hold to be among the most hospitable in Skyrim. As you venture forth in your campaigns, be sure to maintain a secure supply line back to Solitude. The Empire maintains ample provisions in Kessler Dower, from which General Tullius commands all the legions stationed in Skyrim. Yalmarch. This hold is divided evenly between windswept tundra dotted with farms and a huge stinking salt marsh. There is little of interest here, save perhaps for the hold's capital, Morthal. Your Idgrod Ravencrone has been cooperative enough with the Empire in the past, but will ultimately look out for her own interest if put in a difficult position. While the hold offers minimal strategic value to the Empire, it would make an ideal staging ground for a Stormcloak siege of Solitude, and so must be held against the enemy. The Pale. The Pale is a burdened realm covered by vast fields of ice and snow. Its boundaries stretch from the center of Skyrim all the way to the northern coast. Here, at the capital city of Dawnstar, can be found one of the busiest ports of the province. With access to the coastal waterways of Skyrim, Dawnstar could provide vital in the war effort. If the Stormcloaks choose to attack Solitude from the river, this port would make a tempting target due to its close proximity. The Reach. Dominating the western border of Skyrim, the Reach is made up almost entirely of steep, craggy mountains. Little grows in this forbidding realm, but the capital city of Morkoth is a nigh-impregnable stone fortress that would make an excellent defensive position for either side in the war. Be aware that this dangerous region of Skyrim is home to the Forsworn, the rebellious natives of the Reach. They know the terrain, can strike without warning, and count the Empire as an enemy. If they attack, you must neither give nor expect any mercy. The Rift. This hold occupies the southeast corner of Skyrim, and much like the Reach in the west, is dominated by tall mountain peaks. The climate in the Rift is milder than the northern holds, and there is more vegetation to be found here. Farming thrives as a result. A word of warning about Riften, the hold's capital city. Our agents have reason to suspect that the Thieves' Guild makes its home here, though it is now much diminished from its strength of previous years. Nevertheless, mind that your men keep an eye on their coin purses should they have reason to spend any length of time in the city. Whiterun. The central hold is characterized by wide, grassy plains that are home to numerous farms. Many roads pass through Whiterun, joining the more distant holds together. The hold's capital city, also called Whiterun, sits high on a rocky promontory amid a large flat swath of scrubland. Among the wealthiest cities of Skyrim, Whiterun has usually proven friendly to the Emperor's soldiers. Winterhold. This bleak, snow-blown hold in the northeast corner of Skyrim is utterly inhospitable. Perhaps the mages at the College of Winterhold chose to make their home there because they knew they would be left largely alone. As with Falkreath and Whiterun, the name Winterhold describes both the hold and its capital city, though the word city hardly applies. The hold capital is a meager village built near the Mages' College. Few other noteworthy settlements exist in this frozen waste, and it is unlikely to play any significant part in the war. Alright, enough reading for now. Wonder, was that a... Yeah, miscellaneous. Don't particularly care for her staying at the moment, so we're gonna keep moving. I still don't understand the sound of thunder. Like, it's not that dour. You literally have nothing to say. Okay. Okay. Road's still ahead of me. Here's the road.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort near Rift. Might consider joining up myself.
So I saw that for the Legacy of the Dragonborn DLC, we're actually supposed to fill out a lot of the hold itself before they will let us continue the quests associated to the DLC. This is probably a house we can buy eventually. Grab some flowers.
Need something?
Whoa. Oh, there's a whole bunch of Stormcloaks around here, huh? Sure, I'll take this amulet. Arrows, always. I've learned that we really actually want to grab the skulls, too. Because you need them. Nah, you're dead. This is pretty cool. Yeah, come here.
I'm right behind you. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
You are indeed. Take this, and take this. Why am I so heavy? All these books, probably. Well, no, it doesn't look like the books are that heavy. I guess I have a bunch of ingots. Okay.
Let's get going then.
Oh, I should recover some arrows from myself. Oh yeah, you're still here. There we go. And hey, level up restoration at the same time. Win-win. Alright. Didn't lock this spot. Yep. We should be starting to get pretty close to the barrow that we're supposed to head for. are we even supposed to do in the farm? It says make flour, I guess. Ooh. There's a good chance for me to. Oh boy! Alright. Bleed took care of the giant. Ah! Lydia!
Still here. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
These do not weigh. Oh, you should also have this. Oh, Lydia is also reaching her max, isn't she?
You lead, I'll follow.
Well, this is unfortunate. Oh, come on. Bad dog. What is this thing even? We'll just run into this mammoth camp. Just to get a landmark, but we definitely need to go and unload some of our shit. Alright. Do. Alright, let's go to the
How can I help?
staging area. Lydia? Lydia? There you are. Give me everything back, girl.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Sure. Oh, these you have. Okay, those we definitely need to go and sell. What are you wearing? Alright, so... Let me drop this thing, this thing. Actually, what does this do? 20 damage. Yeah, my Ebony Dagger does more. 27. I don't know if they also would like arrows, but I'm gonna put some arrows in, because... Can I use my mouse? No. Okay. L does it. The Staff of Fury. Okay. Like my robe, college boots. Yep. That I want to sell. I don't know if they will equip everything, but hey. I should use these scrolls at some point. And here, I want to get rid of Great Harbingers for sure. The 4-volume of Brief History of the Empire. This thing. Holds of Skyrim. Walter's Notes can't, but the Wild Book of Riddles. Okay. And... I wonder if you can display keys or not. And finally, these I will keep. I don't know what to do with the fragments yet. Sure, I'll put a quill. That was an accidental. I guess it's still thinking and processing and doing things. Okay, I think it finally sorted. It's all the stuff. It doesn't know what to do with. It did take the fur. No, my books are gonna get sent back. Oh no, I know what to do.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Let's swap it. I will give you the books that I want to keep on me. This is... This, okay.
Lead on.
Yes. Man, all that for one display? You don't want fur armor? Okay, I need to figure this out. Why are you not taking my fur stuff?
I'm right behind you. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Fur armor, fur bracers. Guess most of the stuff, huh? Where is all my weight coming from? I don't understand.
You lead, I'll follow.
Let me go to the armory. Imperial light armor, Imperial heavy armor. I guess the stuff that could be Weathering Guard armor. I guess these are more like armor sets. So maybe fur just doesn't count? Oh, that's a bummer. You get some iron weapons, I guess, but... What about the other wing? I guess here you can just choose to display stuff. Oh, it must be under main, I think. No, it's under Legacy of the Dragonborn checklist. There we go. Armory. There's a Forsworn set, Dragonbone set, Dwarven armor set, Daedric armor set, Steel armor. Iron, glass, Falmer, Orchish. Have I? Yeah, it doesn't look like. Okay, well, so let's go to the Nature Hall. Oh, Natural Science Gallery. That's what it was. Yeah, I don't have the elk. This gives me the creeps, but... Dragons, okay. Brigand, Hargraven. Ah, I need one more troll to get it. Okay, I guess. Chicken horse. Frostbite spider. Bear, saber cat. I don't have any of this. Oh. They're pretty limited, I guess, in their... I mean, you know, it's not that it's easy, but... Mammoth. Tidepool. Gemstones. The Red Mountain. Alright. Well, I guess then that's that, so... Let us exit. And go sell some shit, I guess. No. Wrong way. Oh, we're on the first floor. I don't know. Beep, beep, beep. It's like, is there a mod? Let me do a quick check. This may be the... Grab desk to make copy of quest books. I wonder. They should have taken everything. What's. I wonder if these Diamond Markish. Hmm. I still need to figure this out. How to tell if an item is part of a collection. How do I don't know. Maybe there's just no way to know for sure. It's like, as long as it's named and not autogen, which I guess is the issue with all of these, right? Because these are all just... Where are you, Lydia?
I'm right behind you. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
I don't know.
You lead, I'll follow.
I don't know what items are okay, what items are not okay. It's tricky. For now, let's just get to Riverwood, to my favorite trader. How's my favorite trader going?
Some may call this junk.
Oh, wait. You?
I'm right behind you. I am sworn to carry your burdens. Lead on.
You and me. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I took all of this. It's not worth it. Starting to have a lot of gold, though.
I've got your back. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Grand sale. Lower the prices by half, maybe get some jugglers. We can
Grab these.
Get going then.
Alright. Now let me travel back to my house. And just fucking dump everything in the first container. There should be a forge around here, right? Alright. All the ingots. All the... actually, pelts probably don't make sense over here, but... No, actually, there's the letter thing. So yeah, all the pelts. All the ingots. That Orichalcum ore must have been really weighing me down. Oh, that's cool. Quarried stone. Quillshire. Roll of paper. Snow pelt, rhino hide, rhino horn. Oh. Mirror covered stone. How am I doing? 309. I have gained some leeway. Let me go inside the house. There should be a disenchanter, right? I'll add... Ooh. Alright. The other thing I have a ton of are dumb potions, so I need to... Where's an easy chest in here? Oh, there's a bookshelf. That's cool. Just. Bad coin purse. I'll take that. Bookshelves, baskets. This just doesn't feel appropriate for what I want to dump in it. I wanted something in the area. Guess I can pop in the drawers. Just dump a ton of my potions. I should use more of these just to use them. Okay. If it doesn't weigh, I don't really care about too much, at least. Okay, we're good. Let's go out. Let us now get back on track. Alright, I see you. Are you the people I'm supposed to talk to? Or are you just a patrol?
No offense, but you're not looking so good.
What's the situation? Looks like the damned rebels got here first. No matter. We have the element of surprise. Prepare to move out.
I'm ready, ma'am.
Follow me.
So what we're doing is we're trying to find the long-lost crown of Skyrim.
Folks are here for the same reason we are. Ulfric, the pretender, wants that crown, but we're not going to let him have it. I realize some of you may know men on the other side, but remember this. They are the enemy now, and will not hesitate to end your lives either. General Tullius is counting on us to bring back the Jagged Crown, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's show these rebels what real soldiers look like.
Yes, sir! Ooh. Okay, we're definitely gonna boost stamina because it's starting to be a problem. Now with one-handed having reached 40... Okay. That is actually pretty good.
No, not like this.
Poor guy. Let me go on a hunch. Let's grab this iron warhammer. Okay, you need to... You never know, sometimes you're lucky. Like I said, sometimes you're lucky. I feel like this should have given me a lockpick increase by like 1,000,000,000, but... Sure, sure. Sure, sure, sure. Well, I can carry stuff. I will carry stuff. And we're gonna get used to, at the end of every quest, just, to go back to the Dragonborn Museum and drop everything that we have, and that's just how we're gonna deal with it, I guess.
Well done. They never knew what hit them. But don't underestimate the Stormcloaks. Many are Legion veterans.
Do I have a steel sword already? No.
They betrayed, but they know how to fight. We had the advantage of surprise this time, but don't expect it to last. Let's move out.
Yes, sir. What do we have here? Iron Warhammer, Iron Greatsword. Oh, Greatsword, yes.
Ready?
Gold. End it. No.
For the Empire!
I'm just gonna support you from behind, okay? Yeah, we already have the dagger. I have the steel war axe. Is it iron or steel? In any case,
Be the new recruit. Welcome to
I don't believe that's the case. Antique steel sword.
Everyone else?
Gold, steel arrow. Oh, yes. Is it different than the one I have? Could also be something. Alright, so, with all that,
Right behind you.
oh, I guess I don't. Well, let me try something. Health, stamina, magicka. Resistances. Grab something from me.
Sworn to carry your burdens.
Take one of these. Take all this Imperial armor. Stormcloak, cuirass, and helmet. And all this iron bullshit. And oh, my woodcutter's axe I want. But alright.
Lead on.
Ma'am? Sorry, ma'am. Where did you go, ma'am? Sorry, I was a little busy looting people. Barred from the other side. Okay, that's shortcut. Nope, the soldiers are just running ahead. No. That's barred. Oh, is this something I can...
I don't like the look of this. Perfect spot for an ambush. 10 to 1, they're just waiting for us on the other side.
But there isn't any other way through, Leggett.
Let's not jump to conclusions, soldier. The Legion always finds a way. I'd rather take a moment and look around than walk blindly into an ambush. Auxiliary, see if you can find another way through. We'll charge in to help as soon as we hear from you. Maybe you can find a way through somewhere above us.
That's what I was thinking, but, you know, you were talking, so I came back down.
There may be some way to get through on the level above. Hurry!
Ooh, damn it! Stupid aim. Alright. Where's everyone fighting? Oh, here. Too late. Yo, chill. Let me do my stuff, okay? Big treasure chest over here. Empty. Lord Brett's last dance. Traditional. Every winter season, except for the reason of one war or another, really quite a bother, the Queen of Rimmon and her consort request their vassals come and cavort. On each and every ball, the first man at the hall is Lord Ogan Journeybed of Gare, the curse of all the maidens fair. Oh dear ladies, beware, dearest ladies, take care, that he's a very handsome man. If you dare to take his handsome hand, a nasty little spell will be cast, then your first dance with him will be the last. At the social event, everyone who went knew the bows and stances and steps to all the dances. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort would order a trumpet's wild report, and there could be no indecision as the revelers took position. The first dance only ladies separate away from such men as Lord Journeybed. Older fellows explain, brother, can you help make it plain? The men's been doing this for years, leaving maidens fair in tears before the final tune's been blessed, and our first dance with him will be the last. Watch the ladies in there. By sport, which lady do you prefer? He said her. See the bosom bob and weave. Well suited for me to love and leave. The men, the mask of a bear, like the lady's dance was ending, trumpet sounded, come from out to court. Beauty took Ogin's hand. Why is this teaching me about light armor is the thing I don't understand. Oh, so she first danced as a man and then as a woman. That's funny. Okay. Grab some scaly gold. Alright. Oh, I'll take a flawless amethyst. I am literally robbing the dead. This could be worth something. This might also be worth something. I think I have an extra iron dagger now, though. I really need to sort things by what they are. I guess I don't have doubles? I thought I had... I might have given something to Lydia, that's why it's not marked as double. Well, I guess Druggers are coming alive. Grab some rune books. Yeah, you fight. Don't worry about me. I'll be right there. Well, there are a bunch of Draugr. Actually, yeah, good job, us. Well done. Great work. Painted hide shield, maybe we can put up. Card, potions. Take all these rune books so I can turn them into things of paper.
And this must be the Hall of Stories.
Oh, I've heard of this. These walls are supposed to show the history of the ancients who built this place.
I've never seen anything quite like that.
Knows what secrets we'd uncover.
One thing at a time, soldier. Focus on our primary mission. We're searching for the crown.
Oh, thank God the claw is here. Is it under quests? Guess it's probably faster for me to just scroll until I find ebony something. So it's fox and butterfly. Last thing I can't quite tell. Bird, dragon.
What is that? Some kind of stone claw? I wonder what it's used for.
Boom. Yeah, I've done this before. No worries.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Keep your guard up. Let's move out.
This is probably the Draugr portion of the dungeon.
Got a bad feeling about this.
All right, Legionnaires.
Do I have the Nord War Axe yet? I have 2 maces.
See what we've got.
So I will swap you a War Axe for a mace.
Auxiliary, do what you do best. See if you can find some way to get that gate open.
Taking the rune books. Oh shit, rune books are heavy. Well, I not realized that was the case.
Find anything yet?
Just a second.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Ooh. He's also not doing great. Guess that did save me some space, but...
This may sound obvious. Do you see lever anywhere?
Like it. Just let me do what I do best, okay? You do you, I do me.
Keep looking. There's gotta be some way to get that gate open.
Oh, that's funny. Is this not even the actual way I'm supposed to be going? Oh, I really don't wanna... Well, I guess I can, so I will... Ouch. That was mean. Oh, this just locks you in, I guess, huh? Okay. So let's not do that. Dum. Also, don't understand why the powers seem to be in on cooldown. Let me put Unrelenting Shout back. Oh.
Sounds obvious. But do you see a lever anywhere?
Oh, good lord, shut up, please. I'll find your lever. As soon as Lydia gets out of the way. Nope.
Keep looking. There's gotta be some way to get that gate open.
There we go.
Alright, let's move, men. We've got more. Steady, Legionnaires. We've been through worse. Just keep your guard up. Follow me. Let's see where this leads.
Bone meal, gold. We're back to only grabbing the essential things, because we are pretty full at this point. Okay, we got to the crypt. No, can't take the books. They're too heavy.
Ground should be around here somewhere. Spread out. Keep your eyes open.
Time to pop. I. Alright. I'll grab these back. Grab the still arrow. Yeah, none of the stuff I care for. Overlord. Oh shit, this is... Ebony weapons are rare. I probably need to grab this. I'll sacrifice... Probably get plenty of an ancient Nord war axes, and... Bring steel bow? No, I need 13 at least. Ugh. Too many iron shields. Let's get rid of one of these, and... I can find plenty of helmets if need be.
Find whoever did this.
Alright. Found the jagged crown. Oh. Wow. Hey, Lydia, can you take my elven dagger? Where are you, Lydia? Lydia!
Still here. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Thank you.
Let's get going then.
Take that crown back to Solitude, soldier.
Okay. Where's the... Is there a shortcut? There's gotta be a shortcut. There's always a shortcut. Yeah, straight and left. Nope, this is back. Oh yeah, up here. Duh. Open the door. Run back out. Oh, it's not gonna... Is it gonna? Yeah, okay. Let me go back to Solitude. No, this is going
Leave Solitude without trying our fish.
through here. There we go.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort near Rift. What is it, Khajiit?
So you can cast a few spells. Am I supposed to be impressed?
There's not much up there, but if we can regain Winterhold, our proximity to Windhelm should keep Ulfric wary and wasting troops garrisoned at home.
Here's the jagged crown. Legged Rick has sent me to deliver it to you.
Excellent work, soldier. I have to admit, I had my doubts it even existed. Did you run into any trouble?
We lost a lot of good men. I hope it was worth it.
That's not for you to decide, soldier. I wouldn't have sent you in the first place if it wasn't need someone I can trust to deliver a message of great import to Jarl Balgrove of Whiterun. We have it on good authority that Ulfric has raised enough men to attack the city of Whiterun. The Jarl, however, refuses the Legion's support. This missive should convince him. Be aware, soldier. These documents contain sensitive intelligence for the Jarl's eyes only.
Alright. We're not gonna do that anytime soon. Instead, oh, hey, we're already in Solitude. That's actually kind of convenient.
You're like me, eh? Don't fancy those clunky two-handed weapons.
I mean, you know, it depends. Sometimes they have their place.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Letter from Aaron, Gallery Safehouse Key. Ooh. Ooh. Good day, my friend. I hope this message finds you well. I wanted to report to you the current success of the museum and to offer you an additional incentive since you have proven yourself quite capable indeed. We have started to receive visitors to the museum and they are quite taken with the displays. I've set up a donation box near the museum entrance and I will leave your share of the contributions made of the patrons who visit inside it. Feel free to help yourself to the proceeds anytime you stop by. Additionally, I wanted to offer the use of the museum safe house. It's been locked up and unused for some time, but I went in and made sure it was in good order. You would find fully equipped with all the amenities you could ever want. This key will give you access. Be well and keep up the good work. Nope. Alright. I have to admit, I'm a little bit curious as to where the...
Ah, I'm glad you're here. I've come across a rare discovery indeed. I got word of a unique relic and was able to procure it from the cellar. Use it if you wish, or place it on display.
Cool. I wish you hadn't done that right now, but okay, I'll just slowly crawl my way to the spot. Excuse me. Bit of a rough time at the moment. Oh, this is how you create things from fragments. Do I still have them on me? I think I should have, right? Alright. Yeah. Yes.
Still here. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Why won't you use the mace? There we go.
You lead, I'll follow.
Oh, that's a book I should read. Okay, I got a lot of paper now. Okay, next time I kill a dragon, I should make that replica. Let's try to remember. Lydia, got some stuff for you.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Anything I can disenchant, I will disenchant. You can have this. They don't want my shield. They don't want the braces or welding. They don't want the armor. They don't want any of this. Jerks. They don't even want the iron shield? Damn.
Lead on.
Alright, they're all the same, right? Let's read the barber. In the market district of Cyrodiil, there once was a barber. He was rich and famous as he had the wealthiest clients ever dreamt of. He was so talented that people were coming from far-off provinces just for a haircut, some of them crossing all Tamriel just for a shave. The Emperor himself called often to enjoy the talented barber skill. Despite his celebrity, the barber was never happy with his work. He always found something to say on his own work, and this was very frustrating for him. He spent all the spare time he had in training, and more training, always wanting to improve his talents, seeking for the ultimate perfection, as he said. But it wasn't enough for him, and his frustration grew. One day, just before the closing of the barber shop, a Khajiit came to him with special item to sell. It was a pair of golden scissors, supposedly forged by Jigalag, the Prince of Order. And these scissors were supposedly the most precise tool in the whole Nirn. The barber didn't hesitate for a second and bought them, even if the price was ridiculous. Some say 100,000 septim, which is ridiculous. The scissors were the most beautiful thing he ever saw. In solid gold, with fine inlays of ebony and quicksilver, and all carved with draconic runes. A beauty, a wonder, a miracle. The next day, he absolutely wanted to try his new acquisition on the first customer. After having made him comfortable, he decided to close his door and make his first try in private. The scissors were exceptional. The haircut was even more precise than ever, and the hands of the barber were flying around the client's hair more quickly and easily than before. The result was beyond his wildest expectations. But for a barber, it still wasn't good enough. It was better than ever, but he still wanted even better still. He continued his work for hours and hours and hours. Strangely, the client didn't show any sign of anxiousness, letting the barber redo his job again and again and again. 2 weeks later, the barber's neighbors, worried to see the shop still closed, and also by the putrid smell coming from it, asked the city guard to force the door and investigate what happened in there. They found the dead bodies of the barber and his customer, probably from starvation and/or exhaustion. The captain of the guards noted in his report that he had never seen such a beautiful haircut, but it was a pity that the client never had a chance to show it in public. It is said the spirit of Doraion, the barber, stuck with his kind in an oblivion realm of untime, trying to reach the ultimate perfection of the ultimate haircut with the scissors and splitting hairs. Cute. This is not his office, I guess. Right? Well, maybe here? Well, I can find the inkwell here. Orion's note on Symmachus. Symmachus was the husband of Queen Berenzia of Mournhold, and the most trusted confidant of Tiber Septim. One of his key relics was a glass dagger which he passed down to his son Helseth, who awarded it to Nervarine, who in turn provided the blade to the Museum of Mournhold. A number of years ago, I saw the blade of the Mournhold Museum at one of my numerous visits, and when news of the eruption of Red Mountain came, I tried to contact Terraza to help safeguard the relics, but it seems that when Mournhold fell, the museum lost much what it held to looters, bargainers, and a few safekeepers. But by the time my message arrived to her, the events already were seen through, and the museum was empty. She did relay to me information on a number of relics which I have since been able to trace possible locations, one of which was the dagger of Symmachus. Seems the blade was sold through a number of markets and dealers until it was bought by a ritualist bound for Solstein. Based on what I have managed to find out, the individual must most likely have taken it to a very high point, perhaps near the Freikut peak. I should like to explore that area at some point and see if my theories ring true or not. Alright, apparently I need... There's only one book I can remake, and I need letter for it, so... Orion's Net on Cyrus Saber. Circa 2nd Era 831, Cyrus the Red Guard became a brigand, rebel, and revolutionary in Hammerfell during the rise of Tiber Septim's empire. He and his sister were responsible for the liberation of Strasmkai Island during this time. Once his task was completed, he reportedly passed his blade down to the Nord Captain Tobias, who kept the blade as a mantle of bravery and passed it down to his successors. Ages later, the blade, nearly rotted away, was a mere trinket to the captain of Brinehammer, a shadow of its prior glory. I've since learned the Brinehammer was due in to Dawnstar several months back, and never arrived. I fear that any possible clues about Cyrus' saber still existing or not are lost to the depths of the sea. A very elegant and beautiful sword lies nicely behind glass, but curiously is tucked away in the curator's office right now on display in the open. Maybe I should ask Orion about it sometime. I'm not entirely sure what the point of these supplies are. Ooh. No. Next. And I can also put the ingots here, apparently. Oh, and I can just dump things and it will automatically do it? Oh. I still have the Ebony Dragon Claw. I'm surprised they did not take it from me. Let me grab back some of my potions. Give me all those of health. The stamina ones I really don't need. Okay, let's try to figure out where the safe house is and talk to Orion if we spot him. And here's the library. Here's the East Exhibit Halls. Wow, there is so much shit in here. It's insane. Oh, here you are.
How can I help?
What's the story with the sword in the office?
Ah, yes, that would be my personal sword. Idra sword, meaning ancestral edge. What? Don't picture me as the swashbuckling type? I assure you, I am just as capable with the blade as I am with the book. I just don't often find much call to employ the former. and so it remains in a place of honor and remembrance for me.
Okay. Anything new for me?
Oh yes, I have in fact been researching the location of an artifact of interest. If you have the time, you could investigate it. I'll mark the location on your map. Let me know if you uncover anything.
Alright.
See you around.
Let's see. Safe house, safe house, safe house. These are his quarters. Oh, actually. Books. The Lens of Truth. She had read for years without finding any sense. Individually, the words had significance, but if words put together, the phrases were obscure, hermetic, and unfathomable. She worked hard, studying with the greatest scholars, the best specialists in cryptography, the most eminent philosophers, philologists, linguists. She even tried necromancy to talk with sages dead for ages to discover an answer. All her efforts were in vain, and the book remained meaningless. Nevertheless, she never gave up, spending all her time in the most famous libraries, seeking for clues to decrypt this damn book. One day, while she was reading for the 20th time in the same grimoire, she noticed something strange in the cover. A piece of paper seemed to be stuck under the letter binding. It was a scribbled note describing a curious Dwemer device, a sort of spectacles capable of deciphering any kind of text. The location of this relic was unclear and was only based on second-hand sightings from people with hazy memory of it. Nonetheless, the young scribe started actively seeking all information she could find on this artifact and its location, kicking up dust from old scrolls and rare and never-read books for her new goal. Finally, several months later, she found what she thought to be the best possible location for the spectacles. Some lost Dwemer ruins in a lost valley in the middle of nowhere. She organized an expedition, hired a couple of henchmen to provide her security in these you-never-know-what-you'll-find-in ruins. Finally, in the deeper chamber, and after fighting their way through some falmer climbs, she found what she was looking for. The famous spectacles. She didn't wait a moment to try the relic. She had brought the damn book with her. Now she'll know what this was all about, what this demented author who signed MK had written. She'll know the secrets, all of them. She put on her specs and began to read. At first, everything was blurred and dark, but after a while, the words appeared and began to form real sentences, something with a meaning. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was reading and understanding what MK wrote. Yet, things began to turn bad. Were the spectacles too old? The magic consumed? Or the book really too hard for a young mind? The specs heated up dramatically too quickly and suddenly exploded. The glasses shattered in 1,000 shards, wounding the young lady's eyes and blinding her forever. Because of the pain, she passed out. When she awoke, she could feel she had been transported outside by her henchmen and realized she was now blind. Erwan described more not only for her loss of her eyes, but for all the time she spent chasing a meaning for this stupid book. All she remembered of what the specs helped her to translate was recipes of fried potatoes and horse fat and horker sausages. Oof. Definitely not worth it. What's in the storeroom? Oh, that's funny. This appears to be a strange button of sorts, and only the last 3 letters can be translated as NMM, but it's clearly broken beyond repair and without any hope of functioning properly. Best not to ask about it. That's a shot taken at Nexusmon manager, I think. Where is my safe house? Go up 1 floor. Some amulets they take, others they don't. Hard to tell sometimes. It just leads back to solitude. Natural science. Dragonborn Hall. Library. Basement, maybe? Armory. Where is the safe house? Storage. Ah, there we go. Hey. This is a pretty nice spot. More books. I'm not even sure what this is for. I hope they're not stables. Anyways, we now have a safe house here too. You can also access it by exiting outside from the second floor of the Hall of Heroes. We can kind of climb on rooftops from it, which is cool, I guess. But enough dicking around. Let's go do something. Go help the companions. Oh. Enemies are nearby? That is not a good sign. It's because I'm not in a standard area. I hope it's not a dragon. Alright. Try this again. Winterhold. What's wrong, boy? Do you want to come with me? Come on, boy, let's go. Give me everything you're carrying. Yeah. I'll take a doggo. I'll take a doggo companion, absolutely. Oh. We do have a dragon. What's the strongest arrow? Alright. Yeah, come down. Come down. I know you're afraid of me. Come down. Come on, jerk. Guess the dragon's gone? Bit of a letdown, if you ask me. Alright. Well. Oh. Well, I got a good boy out of this, so hey, I'm happy.
Wait. I know you.
Yeah?
Wait. I know you.
You're making a mistake.
There's no mistake. You're a wanted man and it's time to pay for your crimes.
Alright. You got me, I'll pay my bounty.
Enough. I'll just confiscate any stolen goods you're carrying. You're free to go.
Now, how do I get to the harbor? I'm not trying to go here. I'm trying to go to the docks. I'd forgotten that I had accidentally grabbed the bounty. I don't remember why, but...
You look.
Greetings.
See you.
I would like to give you something.
Of course.
No, I don't know why you are. Sorry, changed my mind.
Please.
Looking to hire a boat? I can take you to any port on the coast. Where are you headed?
Oh, that's cool.
All right.
I've been hunting and fishing. It's not like my poaching is hurting. Take a look.
Oh, you literally will only buy pelts and shit like that, huh?
Yes?
Hiramungander. The world serpent.
There's enough for all of us if you aren't greedy.
I've been sent to resolve a dispute.
You can't scare me into submission. Let's go.
Oh yeah?
Come on, let's see what you're made of. You're as good as dead.
Am I as good as dead?
You're tougher than you look. You got me fair and square.
You know what you have to do.
Fine, I take care of it. Just leave me alone.
Alright.
I've been hunting, fishing in these parts for years.
Oh, you're a wizard? I mean,
Oh, that's cool. You can also grow fish, I guess. You guys are sort of in the way, but that's okay. Yeah. So we've taken care of that. Why not? Let's go back to Whiterun.
They're reforming a Dawn Guard.
Yeah. I heard about the Dawn Guard. I already have the quest. Thank you.
Some people don't think I'm smart.
I took care of the problem in Frostwind Docks.
Didn't ya? Nicely done.
I'm looking for work.
Store was looking for you earlier.
What does he want?
Don't know. He just said he needed to talk to you before you do anything else. I don't like making him angry, but there is some work for you if you want it.
Alright. And that's the first main quest of the companions.
All these younglings scampering around.
Worried one of them is going to take your place?
Some of them might try, but that's not what I'm worried about.
What then?
They might get themselves killed.
Let me see if I can get... There are a couple of volumes.
Probably be in bed. You're looking a bit under the weather.
Why do people keep saying that to me? Like, am I pale or some shit? MLZ. Well, actually, it might be a good idea to... Wabajack. Little boys shouldn't summon up the forces of eternal darkness unless they have an adult supervising. I know. But on that same night on the 5th of the first seed, I didn't want an adult. I wanted Hermaeus Mora, the Daedra of knowledge, learning, gums, and varnishes. You see, I was told by a beautiful, large-breasted man who lived under the library in my hometown that the 5th of the first seed was Hermaeus Mora's night. And if I wanted the Ogma Infinum, the Book of Knowledge, I had to summon him. When you're the King of Solitude, every bit of knowledge helps. Normally you need a Witch's Coven or a Mage's Guild or at least a matching pillowcase and sheets to invoke a Prince of Oblivion. The man under the library showed me how to do it myself. He told me to wait until the storm was at its height before shaving the cat. I've forgotten the rest of the ceremony. Doesn't matter. Someone appeared who I thought was Hermaeus Mora. The only thing that made me somewhat suspicious was Hermaeus Mora, from what I read, was a big, blobby, multi-eyed, clawed monstrosity, and this guy looked like a weight-ghosted banker. Also, he kept calling himself Sherogorath, not Hermaeus Mora. Still, I was so happy to have successfully summoned Hermaeus Mora, these inconsistencies did not bother me. He had me do some things that didn't make any sense to me, beyond their mortal scope, breadth, and can, I suppose, and then the servant happily gave me something he called the Wabajack. Wabajack. Maybe the Wabajack is the Book of Knowledge? Maybe I'm smarter because I know cats can be bats, can be rats, can be hats, can be gnats, can be thats, can be thesis. And the doors can be boars, can be snores, can be floors, can be roars, can be spores, can be yours, can be mine. I must be smart, for the interconnected system is very clear to me. Then why or wherefore do people keep calling me mad? Wabajack. The Windhelm Letters. The following transcribed letters were recovered from a strong box found after a fire consumed a house in solitude in the early part of the Third Era. Nobody by the address name lived at the home, and it is unknown how long the family had owned the strongbox. Letters are believed to have been written during the reign of Jarl Elgir the Unminded, who ruled Windhelm during the Second Era, and about whom few other records are extant. My dearest Thessalonius, I hope this letter reaches you and finds you well. It is getting more difficult to find paper within the city, but I still saved the scraps sent by the city's tax agents. I hope you don't mind a household reckoning on the reverse of this. Windhelm remains as cold as ever, but nothing compared to the heart of our king. Smoke and revelry rise from the palace daily, while we have little wood or coal to keep the chill off. I fear for the little ones, but they are so brave, having never known any other kind of life. We all speak of you daily and hope that we may come to see you soon. Yours, Kaelia. Dear Thessalonius, your last message arrived safely, but the promised gold mentioned within did not. When I mentioned this to the couriers, he shrugged and turned to the door with no other word. While hearing from you brings joy to us all, I would caution you not to trust a particular woman again. The minds of the city grow numb with cold and silence. We starve, and the unminded one makes no appearance, no speech, nothing to succor his people. His wizard had been seen walking the streets of the city at odd hours, visiting homes. I saw him paint some horrid symbol on one door. It dripped like blood before vanishing like sand in the wind. The next dawn, nobody who lived there still drew breath. I'm a friend to one of the scullery maid who was sent to clean out the house. She described the most horrible things to me and the children, but I will spare you the details. The worst of it is, that was a house that supported the king. If that's what happens to his friends, what will be the fate for the rest of us? But don't let this shift your mind from its important tasks. We all know you work to free us, and pray for your success in return. Love, Kaelia. This next letter was scribbled onto a piece of cloth with what appears to be charcoal. Yes, I hope you didn't actually... Efforts are important, but our sufferings must remain. Retaliation can be swift and terrible. If you no longer care for me, at least think of your... Love always, K. Dear Thessalonius, weeks go by and we have no word from Solitude. I told the children that you're simply very busy, but it's getting hard to make excuses for you. If you can no longer send any money, and I understand smuggling anything of value into the city has become a fool's errand, at least send word that you still live and work for freedom of Windhelm. As regards to your issue that I mentioned previously, worry not. Food shortages being what they are, I have removed it from my concerns. Always yours, Kaelia. My dearest Thessalonius, it was good to hear from you at last. Please forgive the rantings of a starving mind. We have at last depleted the basement stores of food, even with the strictest rationing. I see the little ones' faces growing thin and my heart weeps for them. They are in some ways brave. I think they are looking after me more so than I them. Please come home. I strongly desire to look upon your face. Okay? Papa, Mama said to write you, so we love and miss you. Ma is tired a lot, but has lots of visitors, so we are being good and helping. Love, Thessalon Chapel. Thessalonius, I don't have much time. The city is finally broken. The gates of the palace will not keep us out. The storming begins soon. I've gathered those who still have spirit to live, and we are taking our own fortunes to hand. I hope to see you on the other side of this. Pray for us as we once prayed for you. Your Kaelia. Well, that's sad. Fall from glory. The Thieves Guild of Skyrim is something of an enigma. Within the last few decades, their order has gone from one of the largest and most influential criminal organizations in all of Tamriel to a small group of stragglers barely able to wreak havoc in their home city of Riften. Although evidence that could explain this rapid decline has never surfaced, speculation has run rampant. One theory holds that the guild suffered loss. It's strongly believed that their guildmaster was slain by one of their own. The guildmaster, known only as Gallus, maintained strong ties with many of the influential family in Skyrim. When he perished, those bonds perished with him. Without these bonds, the guild could no longer safely operate within Skyrim's holds. The second theory suggests that the guild is experiencing some sort of mystical curse, causing normal activities for its members to become exceedingly difficult. While there is no solid evidence to support this theory, the last 2 decades have seen an unusual rise in failed attempts by the guild to execute highly lucrative heists. Reasons for the presence of this supposed curse is being attributed to everything from the aforementioned murder to divine interference. In order to solve this mystery once and for all, I've spent the last 2 years infiltrating the Thieves Guild. Initially making contact with them in Riften proved difficult, as they are quite wary of outsiders, but through repeated efforts I was able to gain their confidence. It's my hope that once I've gained access to some of the guild leadership, I can learn more about their decline and publish a second volume of my work. Although helping the guild perform their petty crimes brands me as a criminal, I feel that it's a burden worth bearing. The mystery of the Thieves Guild's fall from power needs to be solved once and for all, as a matter of record and as a footnote to Skyrim's history. Okay, this was already a lot. Let's,
Skjor says that I have the strength of Ysgramor, and my brother has his smarts.
Unless there's like a sought after volume.
Some nights I dream about the mists of Sovngarde.
Do you ever go to bed, bro? Just asking. That would be nice. Listen, I love you. You're super cute, but you're also kind of in the way.
When you get to be my age, you'll come to miss the smell
Oh, shit.
of blood. Strange. Let's not waste too much time talking when there is glory to be had.
Mixing in Tactics in the 5 Years' War, Volume 1. Legions could learn from the unconventional tactics used by the Khajiit in the 5 Years' War against Valenwood. Was stationed at the Sphinx Moth Legion fort on the border near Dune and witnessed many of the northern skirmishes firsthand. The war started with the so-called Slaughter of Torval. The Khajiit claimed that the Botsmer invaded the city without provocation and killed over 1,000 citizens before being driven off by reinforcements from a nearby jungle tribe. The Botsmer claimed that the attack was in retaliation for Khajiiti bandits who were attacking wood and caravans headed for Valenwood. In the spring of 3rd Era 396, the war moved closer to Fort Sphinxmoth. I was posted on the lookout and saw parts of the conflict. Our leader spoke with both Khajiit and Botsmer who fought in the battle, and it will serve as an excellent example of how the Khajiiti used a mixture of ground and tree units to win the war. Khajiiti began the fight in an unusual way by sending tree-cutting teams of Catarath and the fearsome Senshirath, or Battle Cats, into the outskirts of Valenwood's forest. When word reached the Botsmer that alleged trees were being felled, allegedly a crime in the strange Botsmer religion, the units of archers were dispatched from larger conflicts in the south. The Botsmer were thus goaded into splitting their forces into smaller groups. The Botsmer archers took up positions in the remaining trees, whose branches were now 20 or more feet apart, allowing some light into the forest floor. The Botsmer bent the remaining trees with their magic into small fortifications from which to fire their bows. When the tree cutters arrived the next morning, a half-dozen Khajiit fell to the Botsmer arrows in the first volley. After that, the Khajiit took large wooden shields from the backs of Sencharat and made a crude shelter. Khajiit, even the enormous Sencharat, were able to hide between the shelter and one of the large trees. When it became apparent that the Khajiit would not leave their shelter, some Botsmer chose to descend and engage the Khajiit sword to claw. When the Botsmer were nearly upon the shelter, one of the Khajiit began playing on a native instrument of plucked metal bars. This was a signal of some kind, and a small group of men like Omizrat emerged from cover holes on the forest floor. Although outnumbered, they were attacking from behind by surprise and won the ground quickly. The Botsmer archers in the trees would have still won the battle were they not having troubles of their own. A group of Dagi and Dagrat, two of the less common forms of Khajiit who live in the trees of the Tenmar forest, turned from one tree to another under a magical cover of silence. They took up positions in the higher branches that could not hold the Botsmer's weight. When the signal came, they used their claws and either torches or spells of fire, accounts from the two survivors who spoke would vary on this point, to distract the archers while the battle on the ground took place. Few of the archers were able to flee, but most were killed. Apparently, the Dagi and Dagirat had more magical ability than is widely believed if they were able to keep themselves magically silenced for so long. One of the surviving Botsmer told me that he saw a few ordinary cats among the Dagi, and even claimed that these ordinary cats are known as Alfik, and that they were the spellcasters, but Botsmer are almost as unreliable as Khajiit when it comes to the truth, and I cannot believe that a house cat can cast spells. At the end of the day, the Khajiit lost perhaps a half-dozen fighters out of a force of no more than 4 dozen, while the Botsmer lost nearly an entire company of archers. The survivors were unable to report back before a second company of archers arrived, and the strategy was repeated again, with similar results. Finally, a much larger force was sent, and the Botsmer won that battle with the help of the native animals of Valenwood. That third skirmish and the Khajiit response I will discuss in the second volume of the series. Except I think this was not marked as a series, was it? There we go. You're the one that I wanted. Okay, settle down, because we're going to read 4 volumes in a row. So far, Berenzia was, I don't know if really kidnapped or sent away by her parents. But, her parents died in a war, and she was adopted by someone, and then ran away with a stable hand, and kind of traveled as mercenaries. And we left her as she was in Riften, near the border of Morrowind. And something about it was kind of just drawing her that way. Berenzia and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slumbrier section of town. Berenzia wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day, in a barroom, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bald young Khajiit named Theris. She offered to bet him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. What sort of initiation? Ah, Theris said. Pay up first, sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Oh. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Theris too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? Cast an apprehensive look around the room, but other patrons had lost interest and gone back to her own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it'd be a while or never before Straw found out. Theris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met. He not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her in them himself, or else introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, and was perfectly ordinary and respectable, except that she was very fond of cats, a biological interference, their humanoid counterparts, Khajiit, had a talent for certain kinds of magic, and cultivated rather odd friends. It's true, when there's cat people walking around, it's kind of weird that somebody has cats as pets when you think about it. She taught Berenzia an invisibility spell and schooled her in some other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Theris in a motherly sort of way. Berenzia warmed to her as she never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks she told Katisha all about herself. She brought Straw to her too sometimes. Straw approved of Katisha, but not of Theris. Theris found Straw interesting and suggested to Berenzia that they arrange what he called a threesome. Absolutely not, Berenzia said firmly, grateful that Theris had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it, and I wouldn't like it. Theris smiled, a charming triangular feline smile, and sprawled lazily on his chair, stretching his limb and curling his tail. You might be surprised. Both of you. Caring is so boring. Berenzia answered him with a glare. Or maybe you wouldn't like it with the country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She passed her initiation. She found Theris useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him, too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with men. Or what she thought of as her problems with men. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex. That she'd known the right man when she found him, that neither Straw nor Theris was the right one for her. Berenzia cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are something. Prostitutes? She said, although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous? Although some do become prostitutes, I suppose, Katisha said as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they're young, but you'll outgrow it. Perhaps you're beginning to already, she added hopefully. She, like Berenzia, had grown to be quite fond of her. You got to meet some nice elven boys, though. If you go on keeping company with Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Berenzia smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think. But it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble, and I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you're a year or two yet before you're fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that, even, so you'll be alright if you stick with them. Berenzia remembers something else. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday. Yes, someday. But not if I can't be queen. And not just any queen. The Queen of Mournhold. He said this determinedly, almost stubbornly, as if to drown out any doubt. Katisha chose to ignore this last comment. She was amused that the girl's hyperactive imagination took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Straw will be a very old man before someday comes, Barry. Elves live for a very long time. Katisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year-long lifespan elves had been granted by the gods. True, few ever actually lived as long as disease and violence took their respective tolls, but they could, and one or two of them actually did. I like old men too, Barry said. Katisha laughed. Ferenzia fidgeted impatiently while Terrace sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a nobleman's household, leaving Straw to hover outside as a lookout. Terrace had said it was a simple job but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Barry and Straw, but no one else. "Then what you're looking for and I'll find it," Barry whispered urgently. Terrace's night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want her to magic up even a small orb of light. She'd never been in such a luxurious place. Not even the Darkmoor castle of Count Sven and Lady Inga, where she had spent her childhood, compared to it. She'd gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs room, but Ferris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk and a small book-lined study in the upper floor. "Psst," he hissed angrily. "Someone's coming," Barry said, a moment before the door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. Terrace gave a violent shove toward them and sprang to the window. Terrace gave her a violent shove toward them and sprang to the window. Ferenzia's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, a smaller one, leaped after Terrace. There were two quick, silent stabs of blue light, then Terrace folded over into a still heap. Outside the study, the house had come alive with hastening footsteps and voices calling out in alarm and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half lifted, half dragged Terrace to the door and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to inspect Brenzia, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. "Open your shirt, Brenzia," the elf said. Brenzia gawked at him and clutched it closely. "You're a girl, aren't you, Barry?" he said softly. "You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know? You were only drawing attention to yourself. And calling yourself Barry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else?" "It's a common elven name," Brenzia defended. The man shook his head sadly. "Not among dark elves it isn't, my dear. But you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter. I shall try to remedy it." "Who are you?" Brenzia demanded. "Aye, so much for fame," the man shrugged, smiling wryly. "I am Symmachus, my lady Brenzia. General Symmachus of His Awesome and Terrible Majesty Tiber Septim's First Imperial's army. And I must say it's a merry chase you've led me through, Tamriel. Already part of it, I guess. Although I guessed correctly that you'd head for Morrowind eventually. You had a bit of a luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw's. So we stopped looking for the pair of you. That was careless of me. Yet I'd not have thought you'd have stayed this long." "Where is he? Is he alright?" she asked in genuine trepidation. "Oh, he's fine. For now. In custody, of course." He turned away. "You care for him, then?" he said, and then suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity. Out of red eyes that seemed strange to her, except in her own seldom-seen reflection. "He's my friend," Brenzia said. The words came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial Army, no less, said to have the friendship of the heirs of Tiber Septim himself. "Aye, you seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive me my saying so, my lady." "Stop calling me that!" She was irritated at the general's seemingly sarcasm, but he only smiled. As they talked, the bustle and flurry in the house died away. Although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf perched himself on the corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Then it occurred to her. Several unsuitable friends, had he said. This man knew all about her, or seemed to know enough anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me? Ah, As you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say it belongs to me. Berenzia gasped and Simicus looked up sharply. What, you didn't know? Tsk. Why, you're rash, my lady, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have... Berenzia was trembling. The Thieves' Guild would have never attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Cyber Septim, at least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say, it's unlikely that Theris had guild approval for this. In fact, I wonder... Simicus examined the desk carefully, pulling out drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed the false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Berenzia edged closer. Simicus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed! He glanced it over, then folded it and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So did I. Suddenly you seem to be in high good humor. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one was about. Berenzia's eyes darted toward the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Aye. Don't you want to hear first what my plans for you are? She thought that he sounded a bit hurt. Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Berenzia, but it was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your place as the rightful queen of Mournhold. Simicus explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along. That Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years since she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government, under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the Imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? Berenzia asked, hardly believing anything she had just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Berenzia shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. It would have been by now. In fact, I had sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household. But of course you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should be, and should have been, quite obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for, and what else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor for that matter of you. Then know this. Tiber Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Berenzia chewed on for that for a few moments. Straw has deserved well of me and has never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves' Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and he... Simicus waved her impatiently to silence. I know all about Straw, he said, and about Theris. He stared at her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Straw wants a little farm. Come to be rich, and I would like for one to be given to him. Very well. He seemed astonished at this, and then pleased. Done. He shall have it. And Theris? He betrayed me, Berenzia said coldly. Theris should have told her what risks the job entailed. Besides, had pushed her right into their enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded. Not, in fact, a man to be trusted. Yes. And? Well, he should be made to suffer for it. Shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should said suffering take? Berenzia balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat and claw the Khajiit herself, but considering the turn events had taken, that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping. Would 20 straps be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury, you understand? Just teach him a lesson. Aye, of course. Simicus grinned at this, and his features suddenly set and became serious. It shall be done, your highness, my lady Queen Berenzia of Mournhold. And he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful bow. Berenzia's heart leapt. We spent 2 days at Simicus's apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Drelian who saw to her needs, although she did not exactly seem a servant since she took her meals with them. Nor did she seem to be Simicus's wife or lover. Drelian looked amused when Berenzia asked her about it. She simply said she was in the general's employ and did what was asked of her. With Jillian's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Berenzia was given a room to herself. Symmachus was at a great deal. She saw him at most mealtimes, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subject, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Brilliant was much the same. Berenzia found him pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first dark elves with whom she'd associated closely. She'd expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that she belonged somewhere, with somebody as part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nordic friends, Katisha and Straw. When Symmachus told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha? He asked. Aye. But then, I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Barry who needed elven friends, and who sometimes dressed as a boy. She had no association with the Thieves' Guild, apparently. And no one associated with the Thieves' Guild seemed to know your true identity save Theris. That as well. I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Theris, and they won't tell anyone. No. He smiled a curious little smile. No, they won't. He didn't know that Katisha knew then, but still there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Berenzia knew that the other elves were within earshot. They looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Berenzia tried to smile. So we would get what we want, eh? After we clear in a Mournhold, and you'll be lord of your own farmstead. He took his hand, smiled at him warmly, genuinely. I'll watch you, Straw. I promise. You must find a scrap so you can ride me too. Straw shook his head sadly. When Berenzia persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. Then he realized what it was. His tongue was gone, had been cut off. Berenzia collapsed into a chair and wept noisily. But why? She demanded of Symmachus when Straw had been ushered away. Why? Symmachus shrugged. He knows too much. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive, and he won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever. I hate you! Berenzia screamed at him, then abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. They listened stolidly for some time while Draylen cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease or he would gag her for her journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Katisha's house on the way out of the city. Symmachus and Draylen didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Berenzia was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered the knock. Berenzia thanked the gods silently that at least she was alright, but she'd also been obviously weeping. In any case, she embraced Berenzia warmly. Why are you crying? Berenzia asked. Poor Theris, of course. You haven't heard? Oh dear. Poor Theris. He's dead. Berenzia felt icy fingers creeping round her heart. He was caught stealing from the commandant's house. Poor fellow, but that was so foolish of him. Oh, Barry. He was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the commandant's order. She started to sob. I went. He asked me for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you in Straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to. She glanced behind Berenzia. That's the commandant, isn't it? Symmachus. Then Katisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Berenzia. Katisha took a fold of her apron and wiped across her eyes. I told him about you, you know. Yes, Berenzia said. I know. She took Katisha's hands in each of hers and looked at her earnestly. Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you. But please don't ever tell anyone else anything about me. Ever. Swear you won't. Especially not to Symmachus. And look after Straw for me. Promise me that. Katisha promised, puzzled though willing. Barry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Theris was caught, was it? I never said anything about Theris to him. She glanced over at the general. Berenzia assured her that it wasn't, that an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Theris' plan. Which was probably a lie, but she could see that Katisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that, if I can be glad of anything just now. I'd hate to think. But how could I have known? She leaned over and whispered in Berenzia's ear. Simicus is very handsome, don't you think? And so charming. I wouldn't know about that, Burns said dryly. I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about. She explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. He was looking for me, that's all, on orders from the Emperor. I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though, she added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. Katisha knew that Berenzi evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added, and Katisha agreed that yes, that's true, that must have been something of a shock. Although, there was no likelihood of her experience. There was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled. Berenzi smiled with her. Then they hugged again carefully for the last time. She never saw Katisha again. Or Straw. Tyrell parted left Riften by the Great Southern Gate. Once through, Simicus tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portals. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris too, Your Highness, he said. Berenzi stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on a spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. I don't think you'll hear me, although I'm quite sure I'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound light. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Simicus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. Aye, you heard this from your friend Katisha, I suppose. You suppose correctly. Get into the execution, Berenzi said casually. If you didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough, she was sure of that. Did she know Theris belonged to the guild? She shrugged. Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known. She turned to smile archly at him. But you must know all that, shouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this. So you told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild. The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There's a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Theris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. Give her an glacial stare. Not that it's any concern of yours, but do you know what else she thought? She just thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One of my own race. One of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities who knows to say all the right things. You, in fact. She grabbed the reins preparatory to assuming a brisker pace, but not without sinking one final irresistible barb. Isn't it hot how wishes come true sometimes, but not in the way you want them to? Or maybe I should say, not in the way you would ever want them to. His answer so took her by surprise that she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied. Aniston matched his words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. She held her head high and urged her mount onward, trying to look unimpressed. Now what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said. No, that wasn't it. But something about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Berenzia, was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as this seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He had found her at last after months of searching, it seemed, under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had come true. Yes, that must be it. But in a way, apparently, not altogether to his liking. Was he... We cool?
Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I don't have volume 1 of the real Berenzia with me.
Still here.
Do I, Lydia?
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You lead, I'll follow.
Real Berenzia was very long. I forget how long those things are. So let's go and do something instead. Hmm. That's maybe... good to Iverstead. Alright, let's yeah, let's come out of Riften.
Get him! Kill him! Fight!
Where? Okay, so I need to exit.
Please help me. I'm going to lose my job at the rental fishery.
I don't care. So I will get the docks. Oh, there's a lot of fishing spots here, huh?
The waiting, the insufferable waiting.
Okay, got all those.
They don't look so good. Are you feeling all right?
You have questions?
Take my advice.
home
Don't
of the
listen to
Fiends
that
King.
pump
So they'd have
down in the
It's all lies. They're just
Face butcher is more
I still don't understand what people keep telling me.
There's fine steel at the Scorched Hammer, if you fancy it.
I really need to Google this. Okay, it should be in Magic tab. Oh. How do I heal Crimson Plague? That's why. How to heal Crimson Plague. Skyrim. That's why my shouts are not working. Where do I find a temple? The Radway, Scorched Hammer, Breckbear, Madery, Brian Barb, Elixir, Sprawn, Manor, Beggar's Row, Bunkhouse.
You have
Let's travel back all the way to...
questions?
War Maidens, Feeble's House, Breeze Home, Drunken Huntsman, The House, General Goods, Cauldron, Bannered Mare. Oh, Temple of Kinnereth. There we go. So, straight left, and it should be right up there.
Thinking of settling in? It's a house for sale. I worry about the other settlements in the whole unworld.
Looking for my husband Nazim? Check the Jarl's backside. That's usually where he stuffs
Yes?
himself these days.
Where to find a healer?
God bless you, healer.
Oh, so many books. No, no, no.
Make it stop.
Welcome, child.
You're a priestess of Kinnerath?
Indeed. The temple here in the city is my charge. The goddess's divine blessings have no doubt helped make Whiterun a thriving and prosperous city. After all, it is she who brings rain to our crops and fair weather on the harvest days.
Has the Stormcloak Rising affected your duties?
Somewhat, yes. At first it seemed a distant thing, heard only in the idle speech of guards and traders. When the wounded soldiers began to return from battle, I did what I could to help them. As more of the sick and injured came to the temple, my work as a healer became more important than my duties as a priestess. I wish only an end to the fighting, so that I can tend to the temple once more. This is the Temple of Kinnerath. The Gildegreen outside was planted as a seedling in the early years of Whiterun. Disciples of Kinnerath could sense something holy in it, and traveled far to hear the winds of the goddess in its branches. Of course, not as many pilgrims these days.
What's so special about this tree?
To the east of here is a hidden grove where the Eldergleam resides. It's the oldest living thing in Skyrim, maybe all of Tamriel. Our tree here in the city was grown from a cutting of that tree. You can still feel the glory of the mother tree through it. Even its name is an echo.
Is there any way to revive the tree?
I've thought about that. Trees like this never really die, they only slumber. I think if we had some of the sap from the parent tree, we could wake up its child. But even if you could get to the Eldergleam, you couldn't tap it. Not with any normal metal.
What kind of weapon would work?
Eldergleam is older than metal, from a time before men or elves. To even affect it, you have to tap into the old magic. You'll have to deal with the Hagravens. I've heard about the weapon they've made for sacrificing Spriggans. It's called Nettlebane. The hags terrify me, or I would have gone after it myself.
I'll get Nettlebane for you.
Your spirit is strong. Kinnerath's winds will guide your path. It's held in a Hagraven nest called Orphan Rock.
Cool, was I no.
The fever. My body burns.
So, have you gotten Nettlebane back from those filthy Hagravens yet? May Kinnerath's winds blow you.
The sickly farmer is definitely not gonna heal me.
Better already.
Someplace else. There should be a Shrine of Talos around here. No. Also, you're a good boy, but you're barking a little too much for my taste, to be perfectly honest.
You've been a good friend to me. That means something.
Who can I talk to heal this stupid plague?
trouble, Khajiit.
Found a Shrine of Talus. This did not heal my Crimson Plague mutinous. How do I... Crimson Plague mutinous. Sorry, I'm looking up how to actually heal this thing. Cure disease potion. You do potions, right? And you're sleeping right now. Oh no, there you are.
You look rather pale.
So you're a healer?
Of a sort. I don't have formal training in the restoration school, but something just as good. Within these walls, I have all that I need to brew a potion for nearly any ailment. If I had a septum for every case of rock joint or whitbane I've cured since I opened this shop, I'd be a rich woman indeed.
Back
anytime.
Yeah, I wanna buy shit.
Pardon me, but do I detect a case of the rattles? I've got something for that.
Yeah, sell me shit. Like, what are we even doing?
Yes?
I like training in alchemy.
I can teach you a thing or two.
No. You ever think of returning to Cyrodiil?
Why? Because I'm a proud citizen of the Empire? The Stormcloaks can rot in oblivion for all I care.
Why are you not selling me crap?
20.
What do I have to do for you to sell me shit? Fuck's sake. Okay, you're behind the counter. Will you sell me shit now? No!
Until next time.
Why do you hate me? Do I have cure disease? Maybe I have cure disease. I think I had at least one potion of cure disease. I hope I had at least one potion of cure disease. Let's go back to Solitude. Let me start by looking for a temple here. There's straight up Temple of the Divines. I keep doing that thinking I'll get the map. No, it's...
Wanderer like you must have plenty of tales to tell. But I'm afraid I'm too busy to hear them.
I was not offering.
Forming the Dawn Guard.
Yeah, I know about the Dawn Guard.
No lollygagging.
Okay, this is the Temple of the fucking Divines. They gotta have a healer to heal me here, right?
Bless. You look troubled. Have you come seeking guidance?
One of the alcoves up front is empty.
Ah, yes. That once held the shrine to Talos. But the worship of Talos was banned by the White Bull Concordat some time ago.
What's the while ago conquered
It's the
that?
peace treaty that
Yeah, we know.
The Dominion recognized the heresy of proclaiming Talos a god. Talos was a... No matter how much the storm cloaks...
What do the shrines do?
Worship at the shrines will sometimes receive boons from the gods themselves. The nature of the favors varies per deity. Please, feel free to worship at any or all of the shrines.
No, I want healing.
Carry the blessing of the eight.
Take my advice. Never gamble. Damn Ernskar has me in debt up to the eyes.
You're in debt to Ernskar?
Too many drinking games, too many bets. I'm too old to ever raise a coin on my own.
What if it's all to Ernskar?
It's a stubborn oath. I don't know what good it'll do.
The steps of the divine.
You should speak to my daughter, Yvette. She's the brains of the family.
As High Priest of the Eight Divines, I bid you...
God fucking damn it.
We welcome you to worship the Eight Divines. Freely, openly. Wander no more, for you are among friends and safe.
Why is nobody wanting to heal me? This is like a dungeon or some shit. At least we've unlocked all the shrines, I guess.
Being old's not so bad. Daughter keeps me fed.
Blessings of the Eight Divines upon you.
Whoa. What just happened?
Your lords in life will match this You look troubled. Have you come seeking guidance?
Alright, well. Nobody's freaking gonna heal me. So I guess we're gonna pray to fucking God. I have a potion of cure disease in the Dragonborn stash.
Fletching suits me. It's difficult and sometimes tedious, but a well-made arrow strikes forth like the fury of a god.
This way. Boy, I told you this before. You're too loud. Stop barking at people. Come on. I know this is the Blue Palace, but...
Sabiel Stentor has a grasp of magical theory that I would never have...
They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King
Still here?
with his voice.
Let's get going then.
Shouted
No
in
doubt most
part.
folk in Skyrim can...
So what's your job here, Malaran? Are you the court wizard?
No, that honor is Sabiel Stentor's. A smart man steers clear of Stentor. And keeps himself out of the dungeon when she's having a bad day.
What do you mean?
Let's just say that the headsman's axe may not be the worst way for a Solitude jail prisoner to die. Look at that. I've told you to watch your tongue, and mine is waggling. I've said enough.
Alright.
You are free to leave.
This is connected to Sharagorat's relic, I think.
Hello, I'm Gisley, but you can just call me Erica's sister. Everyone does.
Doesn't seem like a good attitude.
Oh, if you're looking for a good attitude, go see the bards. They'll fake it for you if nothing else. If you're looking for truth instead, see Noster. He's a good example of what life has to offer. And if you're just looking to feel good, go get some spiced wine from Yvette. But whatever you do, just leave me alone.
Alright. So, Eric here is her brother.
Yes, my older brother. And the person you probably want to be speaking to right now. But really, since Torig's death, Falk Firebeard wields the true power of the Jarl's court. My brother is nothing more than a pompous little fop. We'll speak again later.
Sure. I don't particularly care, but sure. Alright, so if I don't have it here, I still hope I can buy one from... Wait, I thought I... Oh, potions. Stamina, Ravage Health, Resist Frost. Fuck. Maybe Fandral has a... Can sell me one such potion?
Father says I'm too young to train with the sword, so I practice with my fists.
Court Wizard. Fandral, where are you?
Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here is your reward.
Are you feeling divine smile on you, friend?
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
No. I mean, I should start buying spells probably, but...
Remember, I wonder if it's actually a bug. Da, 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 da.
No response. Yes.
It's the best weapon you have.
Okay. I think it might have been a straight up bug. That's the downside when you have a ton of mods, but... Alright. Because apparently praying at shrines should heal you from diseases, so... But... now that we've figured that out, let's go back to Riften. Make our way back to Iverstead.
Watch the skies, traveler.
I wonder if it's because I used the, instead of the shout, the other weird effect that let me recover some arrows. It's funny and very appropriate that the Shadow Ritual Stone should be near Riften. Oh, is this a... no, okay. Whoa. Alright. The Code of Malakoth, a Seltzer's Guide to the Orc Strongholds. No one bests an orc. I don't need you to guess how many times I've heard that boast in some dingy tavern or screamed at the top of his lungs by some fellow sellsword with too much fire in him. But I'd be lying if I said the orc strongholds don't take those words as law. There are a few places where Miss Aleia would tell you that tradition and the old ways makes for a better fighter, but with orcs it seems like staying true to your ancestors' path to victory. Let me start a few steps back. The orc strongholds have existed as long as the orc race has, according to them. They're armored camps in the least, and fortresses at the most. Every man, woman, and child inside the walls is trained from birth to defend it. All their weapons and armor are smithed right there in the stronghold. All the food is hunted down by orc warriors and brought back to be eaten by everyone who lives there. They follow no laws save their own, an unwritten set of rules called the Code of Malakoth, named after one of their gods, who is sometimes called Moloch. Most of it is pretty simple. Don't steal, don't kill, don't attack people for no reason, although there seems to be a big list of exceptions. But orcs in the stronghold don't have jails for their criminals, they have blood price. You either pay enough in goods for your crimes, or you bleed enough that the victim is satisfied. And orcs, I don't need to tell you, have a lot of blood. The code also sets up who runs the stronghold. Toughest male is usually the chief and makes decisions and decides when the Code of Malakoth has been satisfied. All the women are either the chief's wives or his daughters, with the exception of the wise woman, who handles all the spiritual matters and healing needs. Matters of great dispute are handled with short but violent fights, and those who don't get along with the chief are usually forced out of the stronghold to live among the rest of us. An orc grows up being told to fight for everything, that if something is not worth fighting for, it is beneath the code. Orc strongholds don't like strangers, used to living on their own like they do. Miss Aleia knows what she does because so many orcs leave the strongholds to become sellswords or soldiers, and a few pints of meat gets them talking about home. I hear that sometimes an orc will make a non-orc a bloodkin, and that person is then allowed to live in the stronghold as one of the clan, but I've never heard of that actually happening. For all of their strange rules and tradition, the Code of Malkat does breed a culture of determined warriors. They're focused in ways that the average sellsword isn't. They don't hesitate to draw weapons and settle matters openly, and I think that's the real difference between the Stronghold orcs and the City orcs. Imperial law allows you to settle fights through the Emperor's men, but the Code of Malkat demands you settle your problems yourself. A fun way of thinking if you're leading the mercenary's life. Cool. Gatrin Arch is gone, right? I'll activate it just because. Whoa. Also, where is Lydia in all this? What happened to Lydia? Why did they not win me?
Still here.
Yeah, but you were not.
Let's get going then.
Very confused. Alright. Let us now try to make it to Iverstead for realsies.
Talk of strange happenings at Autumn Shade Clear, just north of the lake.
Probably chose the long. Well, there's really no short path, you know? Iverstead. I do want to try to activate other things nearby. Golden Glow Estates. But this is a Thieves Quest thing that we have to do eventually. Oh, no, I meant to remove it. I love how it was like, yeah, let's start the quest mods, and no. We're still dealing with the early stuff. Are there any horses nearby? What was it? No, it was somewhere here. No, not really. Alright. Whoa, that's a cool tower. Nah, I don't want to get to it. As long as every once in a while I stop by an activated landmark. Oh boy. Let's get back some more basic arrows.
Halt! You have no business here.
Hey, don't mind me. I was just
Outsider, leave at once.
Sure.
You should not be here, outsider.
Oh, this is an orc stronghold. Yeah, no, that's fine. Whatever. I just wanted to kill the giant. Okay, let's keep going. Yep, just straight up. Really wish I had a horse. Oh.
Someone do something.
Somebody help! I'm getting out of here.
Keep your guard up.
Lockpick. Yeah, sure, I'll take a skull. Oh. Guess what? We're not exploring the ruins at the moment. Oh, also. Level up. Yeah, I will boost my stamina a little bit more. Honestly, more damage with bows than crossbows, yeah. Look, we've been a little led astray. Here's the path. Right, let's keep going. Oh, you're just a something. Activate the barrow over here. GTFO. Side pack wolves out there. If they were fighting the patrol. We're approaching. We're approaching.
Come along, no more stops. We need to find our way to Solitude.
Why are
Don't
we
bother
even
me,
going
peasant.
this way?
I've had a long journey and paid too much coin on these gifts to be late to Vittoria's wedding.
Enjoy the wedding.
Indeed. I told you, it's the wedding of Vittoria Vici, an extremely well-connected merchant with the East Empire. Emperor's cousin. Hopefully
I mean, good luck making it to Solitude from here. Not a fun walk, that's for sure. What's with all these beasts?
know who you are, so you'd better come with us right now.
I don't know who you think I am, and I don't care. Leave me alone.
Oh,
I don't have time for this foolishness. Now come along quietly, and we won't to get rough. Brother, I think she's telling the truth.
I'm not going anywhere. Now back off before I do something drastic.
what are you looking for?
About a woman, a foreigner in these lands. She's a Redguard like us. We believe she may be hiding in Whiterun, but we're checking everywhere to be sure.
Yeah, I remember these guys.
Good day. It's gone. What? Oh, buddy. We've made a mistake.
Nah, don't even pay attention to me. Fucking skeevers. I have no idea where Lydia and the dog have gone to again. They'll catch up eventually, I guess. Alright. We have finally made it to Iverstead. Jesus. Where's the fishing spot? There's a fishing spot. Okay. So... Anybody see me? No? Gold earrings, lockpick, olive Narfi. Oh. Oh boy. That was easy. Okay. Yeah, that's that. We're not gonna go up to the Greybeards yet, but at least we have made the first essential step in getting there. I will not report back yet. I will try to get a bunch of things first. So, I do want to start the Forgotten City now. I'm like, okay, it's time. Let me come back from this fishing spot. And before we start, was I not? Oh. Stop. It's just a stupid proto-fish. It's really not worth it. Alright, can we all chill now? Thank you. No, okay. I need to do something. Be a good boy. I need to do something for me. Okay, never mind. Right. So, before we keep going, let's do a little bit more story time. I do want to read all the volumes of the real Brenzia for now. Volume 3. For several days, Brenzia felt the weight of sorrow at her separation from her friends. But by the second week out, her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Straw's companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Redguard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravans she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful towards her, despite her attempts at flirtation. Symmachus scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain royal dignity at all times. You mean I'm never to have any fun? She inquired petulantly. Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, milady. Familiarity is not. You will remain chaste and modest while you are at the Imperial City. Brenzia made a face. I might as well be back at Dartmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, you know. Everyone says so. Everyone is wrong, then. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor, and I, expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, Your Highness, that you hold the throne of Mournhold not by the right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end ere it begins. So he requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of all his appointees, and he favors chastity and modesty in women, I strongly suggest you muddle your deportment after a good Brilliant, milady. I'd as lief be back in Darkmoor, Brandon snapped, resentfully offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Brilliant in any way. That is not an option, your highness. If you are of no use to the Eberseptim, he will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either, the general said portentously. If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add the power offers pleasures other than those of carnality and cavorting with base company. He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and the grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Brenzia listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threats. But afterwards she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Timicus seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Encouraged, she then said she noted 3 of their knights escort were women, and asked if she might train a little with them just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, thus stressing it would only be with the women. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty, for the rest of their journey, so that they traveled quickly over firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last, for there were hints of a thaw. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the imperial city at sunset. The rosy glow turned the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north toward the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the wide concourse. Lights winked out in the shops and on in the inns as dusk fell, and stars came out singly then by twos and threes. Even the side streets were broad and brightly illuminated. Near the palace, the towers of an immense Mage's Guild hall reared toward the east, while westward the stained glass windows of a huge tabernacle glittered in the dying light. Symmachus had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace, past the temple. The temple of the One, he identified as they passed it, an ancient northern cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Berenzia would be expected to become a member should she prove acceptable to the emperor. The place was quite splendid, although a little to Berenzia's taste. The walls and furnishings were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold, and the floors in dully gleaming black marble. Berenzia's eyes ached for color and the interplay of subtle shadings. In the morning, Symmachus and Drelion escorted her to the imperial palace. Berenzia noted that everyone they met greeted Symmachus with a deferential respect, in some cases bordering on obsequiousness. The general seemed to take it for granted. They were ushered directly into the imperial presence. Morning sun flooded a small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over a sumptuously laden breakfast table and the single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried toward them. "Ah, Symmachus, our most loyal friend, we welcome your return most gladly." His hands held Symmachus's shoulder briefly, fondly, halting the deep genuflection the dark elf had been in the process of effecting. Berenzia curtsied as Tiber Septim turned to her. "Berenzia, our not a little runaway. How do you do, child? Here, let us have a look at you. Why, Symmachus, she's charming, absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings? Yes, of course." He waved aside Symmachus's protests and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon a servant. "You will pardon us for this discourtesy towards yourselves, our dear guests. We have much to think of, though that scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray join us. There are some excellent nectarines from Black Marsh." They settled themselves at the table. Berenzia was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim, gray giant warrior she had pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than tall Symmachus, although he was well-knit of figure and lithe of movement. He had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing, blue eyes, and a full head of stark white hair above a lined and weathered face. He might have been any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them, then repeated the question the general had asked her days ago. Why had she left home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? "No, Excellency," Berenzia replied. "In truth, no. Although I fancied so at times." Symmachus had fabricated a story for her, and Berenzia told it now, although with a certain misgiving. The stable boy, Straw, had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in Rehad, and when the Redguard had indeed come, she had panicked and fled with straw. However, Septim seemed fascinated and listened rapidly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. "Why, 'tis like a ballad," he said. "By the one, we'll have the court bard set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made." General Simicus said. Brenzia stopped in some confusion and proceeded. He said, "Well, that I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months." She lowered her gaze in what she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. "He's a very discerning fellow, is our loyal friend Simicus. I know I've been a very foolish girl, Excellency. I must crave your pardon and that of my kind guardians. I realized it some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. But I don't want to return to Darkmoor now, Excellency. I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country." "Oh, our dear child, you shall go home, we promise you. But we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and solemn task with which we shall charge you." Brenzia gazed at him earnestly, heart beating fast. It was all working just as Simicus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude toward him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. "I am honored, Excellency, and wish most earnestly to serve you and this great empire you have built in any way I can." It was the politic thing to say, to be sure, but Brenzia really meant it. It was awed at the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order evident everywhere, and moreover was excited at the prospect of being a part of it all. And she felt quite taken by the gentle Teber Septim. After a few days, Simicus left for Mournhold to take up the duties of a governor until Brenzia was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Brenzia, with Drellin as chaperone, took up residence in a suite of rooms at the imperial palace. Several tutors were provided her, in all the fields deemed seemingly for a queenly education. During this time, she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. On occasion, she went with Teber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfadingly and politely inquire her as to her progress, and chide her, although with a smile, for his interest in matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer point of magic, and he could make even history and politics seem interesting. "They're people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume," he said. As her understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separated and distinct but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. "Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folk of goodwill," he said. "So the one teaches us. We must unite against the malicious and the brutish, the miscreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and must strive against one another." His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dreams, and Brenzia was delighted just to sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were a smoldering blaze. If their hands met, she would tingle all over as if his body were charged with a shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that. It's just, you are so beautiful, dear. Still very beautiful." He was looking at her with a hopeless yearning in his generous eyes. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. "Are you angry with us? Speak to us, please." Brenzia shook her head. "I could never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it." "We have a concert," he said. "She's a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We could never put her aside. Yet there is nothing between us and her, no sharing of the spirit. She would have us be other than what we are. You are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel, and, Brenzia, I think I am the most lonely as well." He stood up suddenly. "Power," he said with sublime contempt. "I trade a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods would only sanction it." "But you're strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known." He shook his head vehemently. "Today, perhaps. Yet I'm less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful." "I can ease your pain. Let me." Brenzia moved towards him, hands outstretched. "No, I will not take your innocence from you." "I'm not that innocent." "How so?" The Emperor's voice suddenly grated harshly, his brows knitted. Brenzia's mouth went dry. What had she just said? But she couldn't turn back now. He would know. There was straw, she faltered. I was lonely too. I'm lonely. And not as strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. I guess I'm not worthy, Excellency. No, not so, Berenzia. My Berenzia. It cannot last for long. You have a duty toward Mournhold and a duty toward the Empire. I must tend toward mine as well. But while we may, shall we share what we have, what we can, and pray the one forgives us our frailty. Tiber Septim held out his arms, and wordlessly, willingly, Berenzia stepped into his embrace. You keep her on the edge of a volcano, child, Trillian admonished as Berenzia admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. How so? We make one another happy. We harm no one. Simicus bade me be discriminating and discreet. Who better should I choose? And we've been most discreet. He treats me like a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made through a secret passage that only few in the palace were privy to, himself and a handful of trusted bodyguards. He slavers over you like a colorer's supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son toward you? Berenzia shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she'd received no more from his family than bare civility. Threadbare civility. What matter? It is Tiber who holds the power. But it is his son who holds the future. Do not put his mother up to public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest even in a conversation at dinner? Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, it is true, but our children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim has not long to live. I mean, Trillian amended quickly at Berenzia's scowl. Humans are all short-lived. Ephemeral, as we of the elder races say. They come and go as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend to this family if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. But how can I make you see truly, you who are so young and human-bred as well? If you take heed and wisely, you and Mournhold are likely to live to see the fall of the Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, just as you have witnessed its rise. It is the way of human history. They ebb and flow like inconsistent tides. Your cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. We are as a year to their hour, a decade to their day. Berenzia just laughed. She knew that rumors abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention, for all save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love, and if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember, each of her days filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights were even better. What is wrong with me? Berenzia lamented. Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waistline? Am I getting fat? Oh, fuck. Berenzia regarded her thin arms and legs and her undeniable thickened waist in the mirror with displeasure. Drelian shrugged. You appear to be with child, young as you are. Constant pairing with our human has brought you to early fertility. I see no choice for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold if you would agree to it and bear the child there. Alone? Berenzia placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the freedom of her love with her lover. He'll never agree to that. He won't be parted from me now, you'll see. Trillian shook her head. Although she said no more, a look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night, Berenzia told Tiber Septim when he came to her for their usual assignation. What child? He looked shocked. No, stunned. You're sure of it? But I was told elves do not bear at so young an age. Berenzia forced a smile. How can I be sure? I shall have my healer fetched. The healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed that Berenzia was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to His Excellency's potency, the healer said in syncopatic tones. Sycophantic tones. Tiber Septim roared at him. This must not be, he said. Undo it, we command you. Sire, the healer gaped at him. I cannot. I may not. Of course you can, you incompetent dullard, the Emperor snapped. It is our express wish that you do so. Brenzia, till then silent and wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. "No!" she screamed. "No, what are you saying?" "Child." Taberceptum sat down beside her, his face wearing one of his winning smiles. "I'm so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that." "The child I bear is yours," she wailed. "No, it is now but a possibility, a might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so. I forbid it." He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. I agree with Taberceptum there. Life does not begin at conception, but still. "Sire, it is her child. Children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and that is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none even, and some only 1. If I take this one from her, sire, she may not conceive again." "You promised us she would not bear to us. We have little faith in your prognostications." Brenzia scrambled naked from the bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. She awoke to pain and a feeling of emptiness. A void where something used to be, something that used to be alive, but now was dead and gone forever. Trollian was there to soothe the pain and clean up the blood that still pooled at times between her legs. But there was nothing to fill the emptiness. There was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers and came on short visits, always well attended. Brenzia received these visits with pleasures at first, but Taberceptum came no more at night, and after some time, nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed, and when she was completely physically recovered, Trelane informed her that Symmachus had written to request she come to Mournhall earlier than planned. It was announced she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue and extensive trousseau befitting a queen, with an elaborate and impressive ceremonial departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some people were sorry to see her leave and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations, but some others were not, and did not. Whoa! I was not ready for an abortion story. Alright. Yeah, let's, play a little more. Read the next 2 parts. They're just long stories, so. Oh. Nope. All right. Like, I can honestly say I am enthralled by the story of Berenzia. I wonder what the official biography will say. What is this thing? Ooh, Dwemer excavation site. It's funny, they literally build archaeology as a WoW profession. No, yeah, keep going up. These things are really creepy. Why am I running in such a weird way? Alright. Except that this is, I think, the... Yeah, this is the wrong path. I want to go this way. I want to go around the other way. Oh god. Is that what I think it is? Yup. Alright, Ooh, we're running out of ebony arrows, huh? Oh, is he not gonna come to us? No? Apparently not. Let's steal arrows back. Killing so many animals. Feel a little guilty, to be honest. Oh, hey! Oh, sorry, little fox. Necromancers? I don't mind. What are they doing, even? Alright, so the Forgotten City is somewhere up in these rich reaches. So... this will force me to actually start a DLC next time. Goats. Okay. Before we enter, let us stop and read Volume 4. Everything I have ever loved, I have lost. Brenzia thought despondently, looking at the mountain knights behind Dino Head, her tired woman near her in her carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power, and the promise of more to come. Dearly have I bought it. Now I do understand better Tabersiptim's love of it, if he has often paid such prices. For surely worth is measured by the price we pay. By her wish, she rode on a shiny roan mare clad as a warrior in resplendent chainmail of Dark Elven make. As the days slowly slipped by and her train rode to the winding road eastward into the setting sun, around her gradually rose the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chill late autumn wind blew constantly. But it was also rich with the sweet, spicy smell of late-blooming black rose, which was native to Morrowind and grew in every shadowy nook and crevice of its highlands, finding nourishment even in the stoniest banks and ridges. In small villages and towns, ragged dark elven folk gathered along the road to cry her name or simply gape. Most of her nightly escort were red guards, with a few high elves, Nords, and Bretons. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, they grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together in protective clusters. Even the elven knights seemed wary. But Berenzia felt at home at last. She felt the welcome extended to her by the land. Her land. Simicus met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were dark elven. An imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade of entry into the city and speeches of welcome from stately dignitaries. "I've had the Queen's suite refurbished for you," the general told her later when they reached the palace. "But you may change anything not to your taste, of course." He went on about the details of the coronation, which was to be held in a week. It was his all-commanding self, but she sensed something else as well. He was eager for her approval of the arrangements, was in fact fishing for it. That was new. He had never required her commendation before. He asked her nothing about her stay in the Imperial City or of her affair with Taver Septim, although Berenzia was certain Drellian had told him, or earlier written him, everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new. Parts of it from the ancient Dark Elven tradition of Mournhold, the others dictated by imperial decree. He was sworn to the service of the Empire in Taver Septim, as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. He accepted oaths of fealty and allegiance from the people, the nobility, and the council. This last was composed of a blend of imperial emissaries, advisors they were called, and native representatives of the Mournhold people, who were mostly elders in accordance to the Elven customs. Berenzia later found that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile these two factions and their cronies. The elders were expected to do most of the conciliating in light of the reforms introduced by the Empire pertaining to land ownership and surface farming. But most of these went clean against Dark Elven observances. Taver Septim, in the name of the One, had ordained a new tradition, and apparently even the gods and goddesses themselves were expected to obey. The new queen threw herself into her work and her studies. She was through with love and men for a long, long time, if not forever. There were other pleasures, she discovered, as Simicus had promised her long ago. Those of the mind and those of power. She developed, surprisingly, for she had always rebelled against her tutors at the Imperial City, a deep love for Dark Elven history and mythology, a hunger to know more fully the people from whom she had sprung. She was gratified to learn that they had been proud warriors and skilled craftsmen and cunning mages since time immemorial. Taver Septim lived for another half-century, during which she saw him on several occasions as she was bidden to the Imperial City on one reason of state or another. He greeted her with warmth during these visits, and they even had long talks together about events in the Empire when opportunity would permit. He seemed to have quite forgotten that there had ever been anything between them more than easy friendship and a profound political alliance. He changed little as the years passed. Rumor had that his mages had developed spells to extend his vitality, and that even the One had granted him immortality. Then one day a messenger came with the news that Taver Septim was dead, and his grandson Pelagius was now emperor in his place. They had heard the news in private, she and Simicus. The sometime imperial general and now her trusted prime minister took it stoically, as he took most everything. "Somehow it doesn't seem possible," Berenzia said. "I told you, It's the way of humans. They are short-lived people. It doesn't really matter. His power lives on, and his grandson now wields it. You called him your friend once. Do you feel nothing? No grief?" He shrugged. "There was a time when you called him somewhat more. What do you feel, Berenzia?" They had long ago ceased to address each other in private by their formal titles. "Emptiness. Loneliness," she said. Then she too shrugged. "But that's not new." I know," he said softly, taking her hand. "Berenzia." He turned her face up and kissed her. The act filled her with astonishment. She couldn't remember his ever touching her before. She never thought of him in that way, and yet, undeniably, an old familiar warmth spread through her. She'd forgotten how good it felt, that warmth. Not the scorching heat she'd felt with Taver Septim, but the comforting, robust ardor she somehow associated with Straw. Straw. Poor Straw. She hadn't thought of him in so long. He'd be middle-aged now if he were still alive. Probably with a dozen children, she thought affectionately, and a hearty wife who hopefully could talk for two. Marry me, Berenzia, Symmachus was saying. He seemed to have picked up her thoughts on marriage, children, wives. I've worked and toiled and waited long enough, haven't I? Marriage. A peasant with peasant dreams. The thought appeared in her mind, clear and unbidden. Hadn't she used these very same words to describe Straw so very long ago? And yet, why not? If not Symmachus, who else? Many of the great noble families of Morrowind had been wiped out in Tiber Septim's Great War of Unification before the treaty. Dark Elven rule had been restored, it was true, but not the old, not the true nobility. Most of them were upstarts like Symmachus, and not even half as good as deserving as he was. He had fought to keep Mournhollow whole and hale when their so-called counselors would have picked at its bones, sucked them dry as Ebonheart had been sucked dry. It fought for Mournhold, fought for her, while she and the kingdom grew and thrived. He felt a sudden rush of gratitude, and undeniably affection. He was steady and reliable, and he'd served her well, and loved her well. Why not? She said, smiling, and took his hand and kissed him. The union was a good one in its political as well as personal aspects. While Tiber Septim's grandson, the Emperor Pelagius I, viewed her with a jaundiced eye, his trust in his father's old friend was absolute. Symmachus, however, was still viewed with suspicion by Morrowind's stiff-necked folk. Cherry had his peasant ancestry and his close ties to the Empire. But the Queen was quite unshakably popular. Lady Berenzia is one of our own, he was whispered, held captive as we. Berenzia felt content. It was work and there was pleasure. And what more could one ask of life? The years passed swiftly, with crises to be dealt with, and storms and famines and failures to be weathered, and plots to be foiled and conspirators to be executed. Mournhold prospered steadily, where people were secure and fed, her mines and farms productive. All was well, save that the royal marriage had produced no children, no heirs. Elven children are slow to come and most demanding of their welcome, and noble children more so than others. Thus many decades had come to pass before they grew concerned. The fault lies with me, Symmachus. I'm damaged goods, Berenzia said bitterly. If you want to take another, I want no other, Symmachus said gently. Nor do I know for certain that the fault is yours. Perhaps it is mine. Aye, whichever. We'll seek a cure. If there is damage, surely it may be repaired. How so? When we dare not entrust anyone with a true story. Healers' oaths do not always hold. It won't matter if we change the time and circumstances a bit. Whatever we say or fail to say, Geoffrey the storyteller never rests. The god's inventive mind and quick tongue are ever busy spreading gossip and rumor. Priests and healers and mages come and went, but all their prayers, potions, and filters produced not even a promise of bloom, let alone a single fruit. Eventually they thrust it from their minds and left it in the gods' hands. They were yet young, as elves went, with centuries ahead of them. There was time. With elves, there was always time. Berenzia sat at dinner in the great hall, pushing food about on a plate, feeling bored and restless. Symmachus was away, having been summoned to the imperial city by Tiber Septim's great-great-grandson, Uriel Septim. Or was it his great-great-great-grandson? She lost count, she realized. Their faces seemed to blur into the next. Perhaps she should have gone with him, but there had been the delegation from Tyr on tiresome matter that nevertheless required delicate handling. The bard was singing in an alcove off the hall, but Berenzia wasn't listening. Lately all the songs seemed the same to her, whether new or old. Then a turn of phrase got her attention. He was singing of freedom, of adventure, of freeing Morrowind from his chains. How dare he! Berenzia sat up straight and turned to glare at him. Worse, she realized he was singing of some ancient and now immaterial war with Skyrim Nords, praising the heroism of King Edward and Morlin and their brave companions. It was old enough, certainly, yet the song was new, and its meaning... Berenzia couldn't be sure. A bold fellow, this bard, but with a strong passionate voice and good ear for music. Rather handsome, too, in a raffish sort of way. He didn't look to be well off exactly, nor was he all that young. Certainly couldn't be under a century of age. Why hadn't she heard him before, or at least heard of him? Who is he? She inquired of the lady-in-waiting. The woman shrugged and said, Called himself the Nightingale, milady. No one seems to know anything about him. Bid him speak with me when he has done. The man called the Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honor of the Queen's audience, and fat purse she handed him. His manner wasn't bold at all, she decided, rather quiet and unassuming. He was quick enough with gossip about others, but she learned nothing about him. He turned all questions away with a joking riposte or a verbal tale. Yet these were recounted so charmingly, it was impossible to take offense. My true name? Milady, I am no one. No. My parents named me no one. Or was it nobody? What matters it? It matters not. How may parents give names to that which they know not? Ah, I believe that was the name. No, not. I have been the Nightingale for so long I do not remember, since, last month at the very least. Or was it last week? All my memory goes into song and tale, you see, milady. I've none left for myself. I'm really quite dull. Where was I born? Why? Nowhere. I plan to settle in Dunroman when I get there, but I'm in no hurry. I see. And will you then marry Athol Sure? Very perceptive of you, milady. Perhaps. Although I find Inaste quite charming too, at whiles. Ah, you're fickle then. Like the wind, milady. I blow hither and yon, hot and cold as chance suits. Chance is my suit, not else wears well on me. Brandon smiled. Stay with us a while then, if you will, milord erratic. As you wish, my lady bright. After that brief exchange, Brenzia found her interest in life somewhat rekindled. All that had seemed stale began fresh and new again. She greeted each day with zest, looking forward to the conversation with the Nightingale and the gift of his song. Unlike other bards, he never sang her praises, nor other women's, but only of high adventure and bold deeds. When she asked him about this, he said, What greater praise of your beauty could you ask, milady, than that which your own merit gives you? And if words you have those of the greater than my callow self. How should I vie with them? I was born but a week gone by. For once, they were speaking privately. The queen, unable to sleep, had summoned him to her chamber that his music might suit her. You are lazy and a coward, Sarah, else I hold no charm for you. My lady, to praise you I must know you. I can never know you. You are wrapped in enigma and clouds of enchantment. Nay, not so. Your words are what weave enchantment. Your words, and your eyes, and your body. Know me, if you will. Know me, if you dare. He came to her then. They lay close, then kissed, then embraced. Not even Berenzia truly knows Berenzia, he whispered softly. So how may I? Milady, you seek and know it not, nor yet for what. What would you have that you have not? Passion, she answered back. Passion, and children born of it. And for your children what? What birthright might be theirs? Freedom, she said. The freedom to be what they would be. Tell me, you who seem wisest to these eyes and ears, and the soul that knits them. Where may I find these things? One lies beside you, the other beneath you. But would you dare stretch out your hand, that you might take what you could be yours and your children's? Timachus. In my person lies the answer to part of what you seek. The other lies hidden below us in these your very kingdom's minds. That which will grant us the power to fulfill and achieve our dreams. That which Edward and Morlin between them used to free High Rock and their spirits from the hateful domination of the Nords. If it be properly used, milady, none may stand against it, not even the power the Emperor controls. Freedom, you say? Berenzia, freedom it gives from the chains that bind you. Think on it, milady. He kissed her again softly and withdrew. You're not leaving? She cried out. Her body yearned for him. For now, he said. Pleasures of the flesh are nothing beside what we might have together. I would have you think on what I have just said. I don't need to think. What must we do? What preparation must be made? Why? None. The mines may not be entered freely, it is true, but with the queen at my side, who will stand athwart? Once below, I can guide you to where this thing lies and lift it from its resting place. Then the memory of her endless studies slid into place. The horn of summoning, she whispered in awe. Is it true? Could it be? How do you know? I've read that it's buried beneath the measureless caves of Daggerfall. Nay, long have I studied this matter. Ere his death, King Edward gave the horn for safekeeping into the hand of his old friend King Morlin. He in turn secreted here in Mournhold under the guardianship of the god Effen, whose birthplace in Batwick this is. Now you know what it has cost me many long a year and weary mile to discover. But the god, what of Effen? Trust me, my lady heart, all will be well. Laughing softly, he blew her a last kiss and was gone. On the morrow, they passed the guards of the great portals that led into the mines and further below. Under pretense of her customary tour of inspection, Berenzia, unattended but for the Nightingale, ventured into cavern after subterranean cavern. Eventually they reached what looked like a forgotten sealed doorway, and upon entering found that it led to an ancient part of the workings, long abandoned. The going was treacherous for some of the old shafts had collapsed, and they had to clear a passage through the rubble to find a way around the more impassable piles. Vicious rats and huge spiders scurried here and there, sometimes even attacking them, but they proved no match for Berenzia's firebolt spells or the Nightingale's quick dagger. We've been gone too long, Berenzia said at length. They'll be looking for us. What will I tell them? Whatever you please, the Nightingale laughed. You're the queen, aren't you? Alert Simicus. The peasant obeys whoever holds power. Always has, always will. We shall hold the power, my lady love. His lips were sweet as wine, his touch both fire and ice. Now, she said, take me now. I'm ready. Her body seemed to hum, every nerve and muscle taut. Not yet. Not here, not like this, he waved around, indicating the aged, dusty debris and green walls of rock. Just a little while longer. Reluctantly, Berenzia nodded her assent. He resumed walking. Here, he said at last, pausing before a blank barrier. Here it lies. He scratched through the dust, his other hand weaving a spell as he did so. The wall dissolved. It revealed an entrance to some ancient shrine. In the midst stood a statue of a god, hammer in hand, poised above an adamantium anvil. By my blood, Effen, the Nightingale cried, I bid thee waken. Morland's heir of Ebonheart am I, last of the royal line, sharer of thy blood. At Morrowind's last need, with all of Elvendom in dread peril of their selves and souls, release to me that guerdon which thou guardst. Now I do bid thee, strike. At his final words, the statue glowed and quickened. The blank stone eyes shone a bright red. The massive head nodded, the hammer smote the anvil, and it split asunder with a thunderous crash, the stone god itself crumbling. Berenzia clapped her hands over her ears and crouched down, shaking terribly and moaning out loud. The Nightingale strode forward boldly and clasped the thing that lay among the ruins with a roar of ecstasy. He lifted it high. Someone's coming! Berenzia cried in alarm, and noticed for the first time what it was he was holding aloft. Wait, it's not the horn, it's a staff. Indeed, milady, you see truly at last, the Nightingale laughed aloud. I am sorry, milady sweet, but I must leave you now. Perhaps we shall meet again one day. Until then... until then, Simicus, he said to the mail-clad figure who had appeared behind them. She is all yours. You may claim her back. No! Berenzia screamed. She sprang up and ran towards him, but he was gone. Winked out of existence. Just as Simicus, claymore drawn, reached him. His blade cleaved a single stroke through empty air. Then he stood still, as if taking the stone's god place. Berenzia said nothing, heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing. Simicus told the half-dozen or so elves who had accompanied him that the Nightingale and Queen Berenzia had lost their way and had been set upon by giant spiders, that the Nightingale had lost his footing and fallen into a deep crevice which closed over him, that his body could not be recovered, that the Queen had been badly shaken by the encounter, and deeply mourned the loss of her friend who had fallen in her defense. Such was Simicus's presence of power of command that the slack-jawed knights, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse of what had happened, were convinced that it was all exactly as he said. The Queen was escorted back to the palace and taken to her chamber, whereupon she dismissed her servants in waiting. She sat still before a mirror for a long time, stunned, too distraught even to weep. Simicus stood watching over her. Do you have any idea at all what you have just done? He said finally, flatly, coldly. You should have told me, Berenzia whispered. The Staff of Chaos! I never dreamed it lay there. He said... A mewling escaped her lips and she doubled over in despair. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What happens now? What's to become of me? Of us? Did you love him? Yes. Oh, my Simicus, the gods have mercy on me, but I did love him. But now, I don't know. I'm not sure. Simica's hardline face softened slightly, and his eyes glittered with new light, and he sighed. That's something then. You will become a mother, yet if it's within my power. As for the rest, Berenzia, my dearest Berenzia, I expect we have loosed the storm upon the land. It'll be a while yet in the brewing, but when it comes, we'll weather it together, as we always have. He came over to her then and stripped her of her clothing and carried her to the bed. Out of grief and longing, her enfeebled body responded to his brawny one as it never had before, pouring forth all that the nightingale had wakened to life in her, and in so doing, calming the restless ghost of all he had destroyed. She was empty and emptied, and then she was filled, for a child was planted and grew within her. As her son flourished in the womb, so did her feeling toward patient, faithful, devoted Symmachus, which had been rooted in long friendship and unbroken affection, and which now at last ripened into the fullness of true love. 8 years later they were again blessed, this time with a daughter. 8 years of conception? Jesus Christ! Oh, no. Second daughter. Okay, gotcha. I was confused. But now I'm not. Directly after the Nightingale's theft of the Staff of Chaos, Symmachus had sent urgent secret communiques to Uriel Septim. He had not gone himself, as he normally would have, choosing instead to stay with Berenzia during her fertile period to father a son upon her. For this, and for the theft, he suffered Uriel Septim's temporary disfavor and unjust suspicion. Spies were sent in search of the thief, that the Nightingale seemed to have vanished whence he had come, wherever that was. Dark elf in part, perhaps, said Berenzia, but part human too, I think, in disguise. Also would not have come so quickly to fertility. Part dark elf for sure, an ancient Ra-themed lineage at that, else he would not have been able to free the staff, Symmachus reasoned. He turned to peer at her fixedly. I don't think he would have lain with you. As an elf he did not dare, for then he would not have been able to part from you. He smiled. Then he turned serious once more. I knew the staff lay there, not the horn, and that he must teleport to safety. The staff is not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Praise the god at least that he does not have that. It seemed as all was as he expected. But how did he know? I placed the staff there myself with the aid of the Ractile end of the Rathim clan who now sits king in Castle Ebonheart as a reward. Tiber Septim claimed the horn but left the staff for safekeeping. Aye, now the Nightingale can use the staff to sow seeds of strife and dissension wherever he goes if he wishes. Yet that alone will not gain in power. That lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so sure it's power that the Nightingale seeks, Berenzia said. All seek power, Symmachus said, each in our own way. Not I, she answered. I, my lord, have found that for which I sought. Alright. Last volume. I need to finish the story. Absolutely need to. Let me just take a gulp of water. As Symmachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current Emperor, Uriel Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance, and urging Symmachus to make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate developments to the newly appointed Imperial Battle Mage, Jaeger Tharn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Tharn! Symmachus thundered in disgust and frustration as he paced about the small chamber where Berenzia, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely embroidering a baby blanket. Jaeger Tharn, indeed. I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street, not if he were a doddering old blind sot. What have you against him, love? I just don't trust that mongrel elf. Part dark elf, part high elf, and part the gods only know what. All the worst qualities of all his combined bloods are warrant. He snorted. No one knows much about him. Claims he was born in southern Valenwood, of a wood-elven mother. Seems to have been everywhere since. Berenzia, stuck in the contentment and lassitude of pregnancy, had been only rumoring Symmachus thus far. But now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him. Something had piqued her interest. Symmachus, could this Jaeger Tharn have been the Nightingale disguised? Symmachus thought this over for replying. Nay, my love. Human blood seems to be the one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. Symmachus, Berenzia knew, that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals. but he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. The Nightingales of Ebonheart, of the Roatham clan, as Slough, the House of Moore in particular, I'll be bound, that house had had human blood in it since her time. Ebonheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the horn of summoning from us. Burns sighed a little. The rivalry between Ebonheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morrowind's history. Once the two nations had been one, all the lucrative mines held and fiefed by the Ra themes whose nobility retained the high kingship of Morrowind. Ebonheart had split into two separate city-states, Ebonheart and Mournhold, where Queen Lion's twin sons, grandsons of the legendary King Morlin, were left as joint heirs. At about the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favor of a temporary war leader to be named by a new council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind. First among equals was the phrase its rulers often quoted, and claimed that rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morlin himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Effen, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Jegerton of your suspicions, then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter who recovers it or where it lies? Sivika stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly after a while, but I suppose not that much. Aye, he added. Certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to your, and here he smiled at her wickedly, embroidery. Bernzia flung the sampler at him. It hit Simicus square in the face, needle, thimble, and all. In a few more months, Bernzia gave birth to a fine son who they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the Staff of Chaos or the Nightingale. If Ebonheart had the staff in its possession, they certainly did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Helseth was 8 years old, Berenzia bore a second child, a daughter, to Simicus' lasting delight. Helseth was his pride, but little Morgaya, named for Simicus' mother, held his heart. Sadly, the birth of Morgaya was not the harbinger of better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Simicus felt that the Emperor suspected him of having had a hand in the staff's disappearance and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the escalating demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs, and even made up some of the difference from both of the royal exchequer and their own private holdings. But the levies multiplied, and commoners and nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. I want you to take the children and journey to the Imperial City, Simicus said at last in desperation one evening after dinner. You must make the Emperor listen, else Mournhold will be in revolt come spring. Through enforcibly. You have a way with men, you love. You always did. Berenzia forced a smile of her own. Even with you, I take it. Yes, especially with me, he acknowledged amiably. Both children? Berenzia looked over toward a corner window where Helseth was strumming a lute and crooning a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15 by then. Morgaya 8. That might soften his art. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. Perhaps, but that's not your true reason. Berenzia took a little breath and gasped a nettle. You don't think you can keep them safe here. If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us, she urged. He took her hands in his. Berenzia, my love, heart of my heart. If I leave now, there'll be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me. I'll be alright. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better if I'm not worrying about your children. Berenzia laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than an empty heart. She started to cry, thinking of the Nightingale and that sordid business with the staff. My foolishness had brought us to this pass. He smiled at her tenderly. If so, 'tis not a bad place to be. His head rested indulgently on their children. None of us shall ever go without or want for anything, ever. Ever, my love. I promise you. I cost you everything once, Berenzia. I and Tiber Septim. I, without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped his rise. His voice hardened. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Tiber Septim that. And that my patience is not infinite. Berenzia gasped. Simicus was not given to empty threats. She had no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house wolf lying by the grate would turn on her. How? She demanded breathlessly, but he shook his head. Much that you do not know, he said. Just tell him what I told you should he prove recalcitrant, and do not fear. Decept him enough that he will not take it out on the messenger. He smiled grimly. For if he does, if he ever harms the least hair on you, my love, or the children, so help me all the gods of Tamriel, he'll pray that he hadn't been born. I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and I won't rest until the last septim is dead. The red dark elven eyes of Simicus gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. I pledge you that oath, my love, my queen, my Berenzia. Berenzia held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Berenzia stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's traits. She'd waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on this pretext of that. His Majesty is indisposed. An urgent matter demands His Excellency's attention. I am sorry, Your Highness, there must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see? And now it wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not even make the slightest pretense of listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor did he dismiss the children. Alzette stood still as a carven image, but a little more Gaia has begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodgings, the Mournholdian ambassador to the Imperial City had demanded entry, bringing with him a sheaf of dispatches from Simicus. Bad news and plenty of it. The revolt had finally begun. The peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of Mournhold's minor nobility and were demanding Simicus step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retainers of Berenzia's house for generations stood between Simicus and the rabble. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently Simicus was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Berenzia to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to tell her it was safe to go back home with the children. She had tried to barge her way through the Imperial bureaucracy with little success, and to add to her growing panic, all news from Mournhold had come to a sudden stop. Stuttering between rage at the Emperor's numerous majordomos and fear of the fate awaiting her and her family, the weeks had passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day, the Mournholdian ambassador came calling to tell her she should expect news from Simicus the following night at the latest, not through the regular channels, but by Nighthawk. Seemingly by the same stroke of luck, she was informed that the same day by a clerk that the Imperial Court that Uriel Septim had finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber with a too bright smile of welcome that nonetheless didn't reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he but gazed at them with fixed attention that was real, yet somehow inappropriate. Berenzia had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now, and had developed the skill of reading their expressions and movements that was beyond what any human could ever perceive. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes. And something else. Regret? Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? And why look at her with such a vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humans were notoriously, though predictably, inconsistent. After that one long burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission and the violence that had erupted in Mournhold. He sat still throughout her entire account. Puzzled at his inertia and vexed to no end, Berenzia stared into the pale, set face, looking for some trace of the Septims she had known in the past. She didn't know Uriel Septim well, having met him once when he was still a child, and then again at his coronation 20 years later. Twice, that was all. He had been a stern and dignified present at the ceremony, even as a young adult, yet not icily remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet something about him was familiar to her, more familiar than it should be. Some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly she felt very hot, as if love had been poured over her. Illusion! She had studied the arts of illusion well since the Nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face. Illusion. But why? Her mind worked furiously, even as her mouth went on reading details about Mournhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were often as ashamed at the signs of aging as elves were proud to exhibit them. The face Uriel Septim wore seemed consistent with age. Berenzia dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magic, if not actually shielding themselves from its effect within their own halls. These of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath as Shirley's drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly she was brought to man of the Nightingale, and then he was sitting before her. Then the vision changed and it was Uriel Septim. He looked sad, trapped, and then the vision faded once more and another man sat in his place, like the Nightingale and yet unlike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven ears, and about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy, a horrible destructive shimmer. This man was capable of anything. And then once again she was looking at the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness, as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mornell's Hills, as it was quite plain getting her nowhere, and switch back to pleasantry. Pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. Remember, sire, Simicus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation. You were no older than Tani Morjaya here. We were greatly honored to be the only guest that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah, yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously, very cautiously. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, your majesty. I was told he died not long after. A great pity. Indeed, I soon would like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker if that had been possible. As for your request, milady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Varenzia bowed, as did the children. A nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, although young Uriel had insisted a place be set for Justin at every meal. Not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl. Simicus had kept up the joke long enough after she had gone away the way of imaginary childhood friends, inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to in a mock-serious fashion. The last Berenzia had heard of Justin several years ago, the Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Simicus that she had met an adventurous, though incorrigible Khajiit youth, married him and settled down in Lyandrel to raise fire ferns and mugworts. The man sitting in the Emperor's divan was not Uriel Septim. The Nightingale? Could it be? Yes! Yes! The court of recognition ran through her, and Berenzia knew she was right. It was him. It was the Nightingale, masquerading as the Emperor. Simicus had been wrong, so wrong. What now? She wondered frantically, what had become of Uriel Septim? And more to the point, what did it mean for her and Simicus and all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Berenzia guessed that their troubles were due to his false emperor, this Nightingale-spawned glamour, or whatever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands of Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long, as humans reckon time, long after her disapproved liaison with Tiber Septim. The Nightingale knew of Simicus's fame, loyalty to, and knowledge of the Septim House, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were in his power here in the Imperial City, and Simicus was left alone to deal with troubles of the Nightingales brewing in Mournhold. What must she do? Berenzia impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, trying to stay cool, collected, her ladies-in-waiting and personal knights escort trailing behind. Finally, they reached their waiting carriage. Even though their suite of rooms was only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances. And for once, Berenzia was glad of it. The carriage seems a kind of refuge now, false as she knew the feeling must be. A boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, then pointed towards the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary, and simply inquired if King Idwire of Wayrest, of the province of High Rock, might be granted an audience with the famed Queen Berenzia of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Berenzia's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave the city. Certainly she had no inclination toward any dalliance with a dazzled human. She looked up, frowning, and one of the guards said, "Milady, the boy says his master awaits your reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback surrounded by a half-dozen courtiers and cavaliers. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Berenzia said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight after the dinner hour." King Edwire looked polite and grave, or rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least there was something, she thought pensively. Berenzia stood at the tower window waiting. She could sense the familiars near us. But though the night sky was clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was here, a swift-moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes and the great Nighthawk finished its descent, wings folding, talons reaching for her thick leather armband. Threw the bird to its perch where he'd waited, panting, as her impatient fingers felt for the message securing a capsule on one leg. The hawk drank mightily from the water until she was done, then ruffled its feathers and preened, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared the satisfaction of a job well done, mission accomplished and rest earned. Yet beneath it all was unease. Things were not right, even to this Bolivian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the crumpled writing. Not Simicus's bold hand. Lorenza sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly, if disaster would be. Disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Simicus and joined the rebels. Simicus was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Simicus was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as King of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Simicus was dead. Lorenzi and the children had been declared traitors to the Empire, and a price set on their heads. Simicus was dead. The alliance with the Emperor earlier this morning had been nothing but a blind, a ruse, a charade. The Emperor must have already known. She was just being strung along, told to stay put, take things easy. Milady Queen, enjoy the Imperial City and the delights it has to offer. To make your stay as long as you want. Her stay? Her detention, her captivity. And in all probability, her impending arrest. She had no delusions about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial City ever again. At least not alive. Simicus was dead. Milady? Lorenzia jumped, startled by the servant's approach. What is it? The bread and zeer, milady. King Edwire. The woman added hopefully, noting Lorenzia's incomprehension. She hesitated. Is there news, milady? She said, nodding toward the Nighthawk. Nothing that will not wait, Lorenzia said quickly, and in her voice seemed to echo in the emptiness that suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside her. See to the bird. She stood up, smothered her gown, and prepared to attend her on her royal visitor. She felt numb. Numb as stone walls around her, numb as the quiescence of the night air, numb as the lifeless corpse. Simicus was dead. King Edward greeted her gravely and courteously, if a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Simicus, who figured prominently in his family's legends. Gradually, he turned their conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and asked if the outcome had been favorable to Mournhold. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, Milady Queen, you must believe me. The man who claims himself to the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but I... No, Lorenzi said with sudden decisiveness. You're entirely correct, my Lord King. I know. Edward relaxed into his sit for the first time. I suddenly shrewd. You know? You're not just humoring someone you might think a madman? I assure you, my lord, I am not. She took a deep breath. And who do you surmise is assembling as the Emperor? The Imperial Battle Mage, Jaeger Tharn. Ah, my Lord King, have you perchance heard of someone called the Nightingale? Yes, milady, as a matter of fact I have. Miles and I believe him to be the one and the same man as the renegade Tharn. I knew it. Brenda stood up and tried to mask her upheaval. The Nightingale, Jaeger Tharn. Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever, yet contrived their downfall seamlessly, perfectly. Simicus, my Simicus. Edward coughed diffidently. My lady, we need your aid. Lorenzi smiled grimly at the irony. I do believe I should be the one saying those words. But go on, please. Of what assistance might I be, my Lord King? Quickly, the monarch outlined the plot. The mage Kia Silmane, of late apprentice to the vile Jaeger Tharn, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor. Yet she had retained a bit of her powers and could still contact a few of those she had known well in the mortal plane. She chose a champion who would undertake to find the Staff of Chaos, which had been hidden by the treacherous sorcerer in an unknown site. Champion was to wield the staff's power to destroy Jaeger Tharn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true Emperor being held in a prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion, while thankfully still alive, now languished in the Imperial dungeons. Tharn's attention must be diverted while the Chosen One gained freedom with Rhea's spirit help. Lorenzi had the false Emperor's ears, and seemingly his eyes. Would she provide the necessary attention? Oh, sorry. I suppose I could obtain another audience with him, Lorenzi said carefully, but would that be sufficient? I must tell you that my children and I have just been recently declared traitors to the Empire. In Mournhold, perhaps, my lady, and Morrowind. Things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. The same administrative morass that makes it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor and his ministers also quite assures that you will never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, milady, and your children's, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As queen and heirs apparent, your persons are considered inviolable. Sacrosanct, in fact. The king grinned. The imperial bureaucracy, my lady, is a double-edged claymore. So, at least she and the children were safe for the time being, and her thought struck her. Lord King, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false emperor's eyes? And seemingly at that. Edward looked uncomfortable. It was the whispered among the servants that Jaeger Tarn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers. I see. Her thoughts wandered momentarily to that insane romance of hers with the Nightingale. She had been madly in love with him. Foolish woman. And the man she had once loved had caused to be killed, the man she truly loved, did love. Loved. He's gone now. He. She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Symmachus was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive, it remains. He would always be with her, as would the pain. The pain of living the rest of her life without him. The pain of trying to survive each day, each night, without his presence, his comfort, his love. The pain of knowing he would never see his children growing to a fine pair of adults, who would never know their father, how brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving. Especially little Morgaya. And for all you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does that surprise you? Edwire's word broke into her thoughts. What surprise me? Your likeness in Theron's rooms. Oh, her features set imperturbably. Yes, and no. Edward could see from her expression that she wished to change the subject. He turned once again to their plans. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape, milady. Can you give him a little bit more time? You trust me in this, milord King? Why? We are desperate, milady. We have no choice. But even if we did, why, yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. Lord Symmachus is dead. What? Varenza related the recent events quickly and coolly. My lady, queen, but how dreadful. I'm so sorry. For the first time, Varenza's glacial poise was shaken. In the face of sympathy, she felt her outward calm start to crumble. She gathered her composure and willed herself to stillness. Under the circumstances, milady, we can hardly ask. Nay, good my lord. Under the circumstances, I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murder of my children's father. A single tear escaped the fortress of her eyes. She brushed it away impatiently. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphaned children as you may. Edwire drew himself up. His eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble queen. The gods of our beloved land, and Tamriel itself, be my witness. His words touched her absurdly, yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart and my soul, good my lord King Edwire. You have mine and my children's everlasting gratitude. She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but sat in the chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing and waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children, not yet, not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor. A summons arrived at first light. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days, bade them give the servants no trouble, and kissed them goodbye. Morgaya whimpered a bit. He was bored and lonely in Imperial City. Halstead looked dour, but said nothing. He was very like his father. At the Imperial Palace, Varenzia was escorted not into the great audience hall, but to a small parlor where the Emperor sat at solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand toward the window. A magnificent view, isn't it? Going to stare out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she had first met Tabor Septim of those years ago. Centuries ago. Tabor Septim. Another man she had loved. Who else had she loved? Symmachus, Tabor Septim, and Straw. She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. She never realized it till now, but she had loved Straw. Only she had never let him know. She had been so young then. Those had been carefree days, halcyon days. Before everything, before all this, before him. Not Symmachus, Nightingale. She was shocked in spite of herself. The men could still affect her, even now, even after all that had happened. A strong wave of uncouth emotion swept over her. When she turned her back at last, Hero Septim vanished, and the Nightingale sat in his place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew, instantly. I wanted to surprise you. You might at least have pretended. Lorenza spread her arms, trying to pacify the maelstrom churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill at pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit, she said icily. I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. She took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you're pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me. Go ahead. I'm in your power. But leave my children alone. No, no, no. I don't want that at all, Berenzia. He came near, speaking low in the old caressing voice that had sent shivers cascading through her body. The same voice that was doing the same thing to her, here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arms. She felt her resolve fading, her disgust at him weakening. You could have taken me with you. Unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power. But now, I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share, mine to give. To you. He once more waved his hand toward the window in the city beyond. Old Tamriel is mine to lay at your feet, and that is only the beginning. It's too late. Too late. You left me to him. He's dead. The peasant's dead. The scant few years, what do they matter? The children can be adopted by me, and we'll have others together, Berenzia. Oh, and what children they'll be. What things we shall pass on to them. Your beauty and my magic. I have powers you haven't ever dreamt of, not in your most untamed imaginings. He moved to kiss her. He slipped his gasp and turned away. I don't believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Berenzia. Berenzia, my beloved. Tell me, it shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her. The past, the present, and the future still to come. Different times, different lives, different Berenzias. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Berenzia? Book title read there. For by that choice she would determine the shape of her fate. She made it. She knew. She knew who the real Berenzia was and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps. Nightingale laughed. You want to be courted? Why not? You do it so well. It's been long, besides, since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, my lady Queen Berenzia. Your wish is my command. He took her hand and kissed it. Now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing, and laughing together, while the Emperor's business were left to subordinates. I'd like to see the staff, Berenzia said idly one day. If only I had a glimpse of it. I only had a glimpse of it, you'll recall. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, heart's delight, but that would be impossible. You don't trust me, Berenzia pouted, but softened her lips when he leaned over for a kiss. Nonsense, love. Of course I do, but it isn't here. He chuckled. In fact, it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. You're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. Ah, you've gained wisdom since we last met. You inspire my hunger for knowledge somewhat. She stood up. The stuff of chaos can be destroyed, and it can be removed from Tamriel, not without the direst consequences to the land itself. Ah, you impress me, my love. All true. It is not destroyed, and it is not removed from Tamriel. And yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him as she leaned into her embrace. Here's a greater riddle still, he whispered. How does one make one of two? That I can and will show you. Your bodies merged, limbs tangled together. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart as he lay dozing, she thought sleepily. One of two, two of one, three of two of three. What cannot be destroyed or banished must be split apart, perhaps. She stood up, eyes blazing. She stared to smile. The Nightingale kept a journal. He scribbled entries onto it every night after quick reports from underlings. It was locked in a bureau. But the luck was a simple one. She had, after all, been a member of the Thieves' Guild in a past life. In another life. Another Berenzia. One morning, Berenzia managed to sneak a quick look at it while he was occupied at his toilet. He discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fanged Lair. Although its location was given only in the vaguest of terms. The diary was crammed with jotted events in Nord shorthand and was hard to decipher. All Tamriel, she thought, in his hands and mine, and more perhaps, and yet... For all his exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been, a vacuum of which he was quite unaware, she thought. One can glimpse it now and then, but when his eyes would go blank and hard. And yet, though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness too, and contentment. Peasant dreams, Berenzia thought, and straw flashed before her eyes again. Looking lost and sad. And then Theris with a feline casual smile. Tiber Septim, powerful and lonely. Symmachus, stolid Symmachus, who did what ought to be done, quietly and efficiently. The Nightingale, a riddle and a certainty, both the darkness and the light. The Nightingale who would rule all and more, and spread chaos in the name of order. Berenzia got reluctant leave from him to visit her children, who had yet to be told of their father's death, and the Emperor's offer of protection. She finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgana clung to her for what seemed an era, sobbing wretchedly, while Helflet ran off in the garden to be alone, afterward refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Edward called on her when she was there, told him what she had discovered so far, explaining that she must remain a while yet and learn more as she could. Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Edward's suspicions, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Berenzia even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Edward publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend, the Emperor, forgave him. He was afterward invited to dine with them at least once a week. The children like Edward, even Helfset, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarreled with both his mother and her lover. Edward was not happy with the affair either, and when the Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Berenzia just to nettle the old man. They could not marry, of course, for Euroseptim was already married. At least, not yet. The Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumors had been circulated by the Nightingale's agents that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tamriel, disguised as schools. It should grow worse in time, Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress and eyeing Berenzia's swollen breast and swelling belly with satisfaction. As for their children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married. Your child will be my true heir. They did want the child. Berenzia was sure of that. He was less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continually now, often violently, usually about Helfset, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, the province farthest from the imperial city. Berenzia made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in a smooth, unruffled life, and besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterward. Occasionally, Berenzia would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with them. But he would always come to fetch her back, and she would always let herself be fetched back. It was ineffable, like the rising and setting of Tamriel's twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece. An easy one, since every dark elf knew where the Mount of Dagot Ur was. When she next quarreled with the Nightingale, she simply left the city with Edward and rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. The Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person. Nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the imperial citizen nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Berenzia, as they had so many years ago of Tiber Septims, and were glad to see her go. Wayrest was equally distrustful of her, but Edward was frantically loved by his prosperous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Berenzia and Edward were married a year after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Edward doted on her and her children. She in turn did not love him. She was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Wayrest was a very good place. A good place for children to grow up, while they waited and bided their time, and prayed for the champion's success in his mission. Berenzia could only hope that he wouldn't take very long, whoever this unnamed champion was. He was a dark elf, and all she had was all the time in the world. All the time. But no more love left to give, and no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left, nothing but pain and memories, and her children. She wanted to raise her family, and provide them with a good life, and be left to live out what remained of hers. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life yet, and during it she wanted peace, and quiet, and serenity, of her soul as well as of her heart. Pleasant dreams. That was what she wanted. That was what the real Berenzia wanted. That was what the real Barentia was. Peasant dreams. Peasant dreams. Whoa! That was like a 40-minute read? So it feels like this might actually have been part of the plot of one of the older games. Let me double check. What's the plot of... Looks like it's gonna be Arena. Yeah. Jäger Tharn was definitely part of Elder Scrolls Arena. The Eternal Champion is the player in Arena. And you're essentially finding the 8 pieces of the Staff of Chaos. And then you save the Emperor. That's cool. Arena is probably unplayable these days, but... Alright, So this was a very long read, and I don't really want to keep playing because it's getting late. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a save. And next time we'll start a Forgotten City on the Skyrim version. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed me reading through the story of Barentia. It was definitely very interesting. I wonder what the stones of Barentia that we find are related to at this point. But thank you for watching. You can find me at twitch.tv/gameswithnick. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon with some God of War, as well as youtube.com/gameswithnick, where you can find my VODs, posted usually a couple of weeks from their playdates. So feel free to check out the backlog on there. And thank you for watching, and until next time.